Welcome to America's Day at the Races here out at Aqueduct, a beautiful shot of the World Trade Center in downtown Manhattan today as we get ready to kick off the action with 9-race card. Some interesting races, and stick around too because the racing gets very good as the day progresses as well. The last 2 races are very, very strong, but it's nice to be here as we are back on the dirt. Only dirt racing, no more turf racing here at Aqueduct, and there are those infamous train tracks, the track where you can access by subway, Aqueduct. Great to be here, joined by Sarah Obadwi. I'm Andy Serling, and nice to be here with you.
Yeah, I'm excited. One of your last days here on set before you head off to sunny Jamaica, correct?
I am looking forward to Jamaica, but I'm looking forward to being here as well. It is my last day here, actually, in New York until the new year. I'll be back on January 1st, but I'll be coming to you with our good friend Rajiv Miraj from down at Jimenez Park, down in Kingston, Jamaica. But a lot of action to look forward to here today, going forward. Cigar Mile Day next Saturday as well. The Pick 5 kicks off in race number 5. The allowance feature, the 8th race, a very good one. The 9th race, another very strong allowance as well. The early Pick 5 will kick off in race number 1. And the races, of course, brought to you by our good friends and our loyal friends at Claiborne Farm. Race number 8, we were talking about this one. This is a numbers of 3, I'm thinking, other than, and it's sort of a borderline stakes field, and the morning line favorite by is 8-5 Swiftshire, and Swiftshire is going to look to try to wire this field, but not an easy race. And you've got Unbridled Bomber and Daydreaming Boy coming out of a race recently, just about exactly a month ago, in fact, when they battled down to the wire with Unbridled Bomber, the heavy favorite, coming back in the shadow of the wire.
Yeah, he was able to outgame Daydreaming Boy to the wire. He's a horse that had a bridle adjustment that day. They ended up having to bring him back to the paddock, so he was a little bit late to get out on the racetrack, but showing some grit and determination to get by his rival in the late stages of this race. And just as you mentioned, this really is a stakes quality type of field of horses that have at least attempted graded stakes efforts.
No, I agree, and I think one of the biggest questions in this race is the favorite, Swiftshire, who has just turned into a different horse in his last 2 starts, and he's going to flaunt his speed. They can't run with him early, and you have to imagine, barring something unforeseen at the break, that Swiftshire is going to be in front with Manny Franco as Manny takes over the mount from Kendrick Carmouche here, and Manny will be aggressive as well. He's been in great form, but look, his 49er last time was a tougher field, but this is not an easy field.
No, I agree with you completely. I think that we're dealing with a situation where he might be getting a little bit of class relief, but not that much, though. Right. He does get to go back on Lasix in here, and he will be in front, no doubt about it. It's just whether or not you think that he will be able to lead them all the way gate to wire. No,
a really fun field of horses that are in good form and running some fast races. Constitution Lawyer, Sheriff Bianco, an excellent card, and a really, really strong late double. So just because Sarah and I will be leaving midday doesn't mean in any way you should be turning the show off. Head over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member of Naira Bets, there's really no better time than the present. Use that promo code MATCH200 and we'll match you to $200 of your initial deposit. Play through Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime through Naira Bets. Race number 1 coming up in about 15 minutes today. These are maiden claimers going out. The current favorite is the 5 Montauk Mystique, vying for favoritism, Sarah, with the number 2 Good Morning Kiss for Linda Rice. That's the first race today, but we've got plenty more action to talk about. Stake races from earlier this week. We had the fall weight, high weight on Friday. We had the Cumley yesterday. Lots of good stuff happening here at the Big A, so stick around on America's Day at the Races. We're just getting started.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap.
130.40, 130 pound 40. Roger, 140,000.
120, 120 pound PC, 120,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Flames, our hottest sire right now. He's a broodmare sire, Forte, who was champion 2-year-old obviously last year. He's had a great resurgence here this spring, and it's great to see people pounding the door down to wanting to breed a Flame again. So we never lost faith, but I'm glad to see he's finally starting to get the respect he deserves. His percentages are incredible. He often gets overlooked for whatever reason. You just looked at the racing results, you'd have a lot better picture of who's the good stallions, and for whatever reason people don't like to do that, but that's what we do, and we've continued to breed to him, and I think he's gonna be a really, really successful sire here in the next few years.
No better place to visit when you're in Kentucky than Claiborne Farm, and we're so appreciative of their support as they've been supporting us on this show since really we began. So we appreciate Claiborne Farm, a terrific farm, and a great place to visit if you're in Lexington. Fall Highway ran it on Friday, and always one of my favorite races. I still wish the 140-pound, that was always the top weight, would run. But you have to admire Durante, his gameness. The pace was fast, but at the end of the day, didn't Bold Journey just get the right setup?
He absolutely did, and carrying significantly less weight than Durante as well, who was the high weight of this year's edition. But great trip for Bold Journey, got that nice outside clean run, and a horse that doesn't always switch leads, but once he does, he really did kick in here and able to go by Durante. And all credit to Bill Ma for putting him in a spot like this, a horse that had run some good numbers as of late.
And he got a perfect ride from Jose Ortiz, saving ground, angling out in the stretch. Fortunate recipient of a very good setup, but it looked on paper like he might get it because there was some speed to run with Durante. Rodney, a bit of a disappointment in this race, but Durante continues to run really well, but it was Bold Journey's day in the Fall Highway. There was so many cool Fall Highways over the years. Honorable Miss, one of my favorites, who won it from 14th at Belmont back in the mid-'70s, won it twice in a row, and a number of fillies. I think Tawi won it twice in a row, and I know What a Summer won it twice in a row. So I believe there are 3 fillies or mares that have won the Fall Highway 2 years in a row.
Well?
I believe, yes, apparently she did win it. Yeah, no, there's a pretty cool roster of winners to Fall Highway going back. And, you know, it's if you want to learn about the history of game, not only can you read up on the names of a lot of the races, but look at some of the winners. And the Fall Highway is an historic race that's been around for a long, long time. Speaking of the Cumley, you know, the Cumley was one of the early races. It used to be a prep race for our Triple Crown races in the spring. And in fact, Ruffian, I believe, won it before she went and put together that brilliant win in the Acorn, the Mother Goose, and so. But this was a nice battle, and Raging Sea really did run the best race, making the wide early move and putting him away. But it was nice to see Julia Shining
Do some
run
running
well.
again?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's nice to see her getting her act together again, and maybe she'll have a good year next year.
Right, and I really like this ride for her because she was sort of nudged at to keep engaged and keep her mind on business, but not dogged the whole way around the racetrack. You know, she was still involved within this race without being really pushed at the whole time. And I think that may have been a difference maker for her, helping her to have a better late kick and actually really almost get there in the end.
Well, the truth is Raging Sea was the best horse in this race, and she got there, and Raging Sea would not let her go by because she really didn't gain any ground the last 20 yards, let's say. And Raging Sea made that early move, and I don't blame Manny. You know, it turns out in retrospect he probably could have waited a little bit more, but it's always easy to say that. You've got to go after the horses you have to beat. Made that move, and it's interesting comparing this race to the Fall City. Because there's a lot of people that are big Cigar fans, and Cigar had run well, running a 93 buyer when she won the Mother Goose, but she took a step back with an 86 buyer. This race got an 89 buyer, and these are all 3-year-olds that have a chance to move into the upper echelon next year. And I'm hoping there's enough of them that 1 or 2 actually will do it. And I also feel with Julia Shining, if she had run poorly in here, I wouldn't have been surprised if they bred her. But I think maybe with an effort like this, it might encourage them to go on next year.
Exactly. It's enough of an inspiring effort to say, hey, we might have a good 4-year-old on our hands going forwards, and why not? There's no reason not to persevere with her and keep her racing if she's going to produce performances like that.
Raging Sea has continued. She's now she's won 2 races, and she's the only horse out of the 2022 Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies to come back and win it all, and she's won 2 races, including the Grade Stake. Nice race yesterday in the Cumley. We'll get back to today's first race. Race number 1. Horses are in the paddock for race number 1. The favorite's number 5, Montauk Mystique. And Sarah, I don't know. I know she's run the fastest figures. I feel like she's had a lot of chances.
She's had her opportunities. I mean, I feel as though lately the 2 races that she's been able to put together have been okay. And last time finishing second to 2 Redheads, it wasn't a bad effort by any means. But she's a horse that's always been a better price, and now she's taking a considerable amount of money. She's 8-5. So do you really want a horse at that price that's been 7-1, 8-1 her last starts? And I feel as though the edge she has isn't so significant, though when you look around, it kind of makes sense that she's favored.
I also feel as though her figure last time, which was 8 points higher than her prior number, the best number she's run, was also a function of the fact that she got a very good trip. She got an honest pace to close into, and she just kind of was picking up pieces for a second. I'm not, she obviously could win this race, but I don't know that she's improving as much as she got the right trip. And is she necessarily going to be as good in this race going the mile?
That's a great question, because I don't know that she gets that same kind of setup with more distance to work with. And while she has run okay going a mile, and she did stumble at the start in her mile start 2-back, I don't know that this is ultimately what she would prefer to do.
Yeah, the wild card in here is the number 2 Good Morning Kiss, because she'd run well enough under one dirt start. She came back, dropping down last time, took a ton of money. And, okay, Jose Ortiz eased her at the 3/8 ball, but he eased her because she wasn't even keeping up. And
she was bad.
She feels like the kind of horse that just needed that race, and she's going to win this race by 4 lengths, or she's going to run 5th. She just doesn't feel like she's going to run 2nd here. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, it does seem kind of like that all-or-nothing type of horse where, I mean, Better certainly thought that she was going to run last time as she came off that almost-year layoff and was dropping in class for the first time. But I don't know. She's very tough to trust off of that nothing performance, because when Linda Rice brings horses back off of layoffs, whatever kind of situation it might be, they usually do some running, and that was a nothing effort.
No, this horse was terrible. There was no trouble. And like I said, okay, maybe she would have lost by 22 lengths if Jose hadn't eased her the 3/8 ball, but she wasn't going to finish 4th in that race, beaten by 3 lengths or something. She really was very much ineffective in there. I cannot get away from the David Duggan hot hand. David had his 2nd training double in the last few weeks. Yesterday when he won 2 races, horses are running well, and she ran into a buzzsaw, the number 3 Practical Miss last time in Screw Loose, who took a ton of money.
They knew.
She was one of the they knews, if I agree. And I'm going to stick with Dave Duggan. I'm going to stick to what's worked for me in the last few weeks.
I like this horse as well. I mean, that was her first dirt start. It was her first time dropping in for a tag off of a couple main special weight efforts on the turf, and just seemed as though she was getting more of a setup for what she might want to do, being a practical joke, and didn't really run that badly because, as you mentioned, Screw Loose was a horse that had never shown that kind of early speed before and was bet like crazy in there.
They knew she was going to win in that race, and David Duggan has had, I think, 3 horses from those connections down at Colonial all to run the turf, and 2 of them, one of them won, one of them was 2nd, I believe, and this horse was 2nd as well. His horses are heading onto the track for the post. The number 1, Strange Fruit. He's always, as you said, a little bit headstrong. Going out for our friend Pat Reynolds and rider Alicio Ruiz.
She's just had her opportunities. She has races that would make her competitive, but they're not consistent.
Yeah, she's had a lot of chances in her races. But to be fair, in a mile 3 back, she ran fast enough to be competitive. The 2 is Good Morning Kiss. Going out for Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano with the mount.
We'll just have to do quite a bit better than she showed us last time, and we'll see if she shows some speed and is able to sustain it today.
Look forward to a big winter from Jose Lezcano. Is such a terrific rider. The 3 Practical Miss mentioned going out for Dave Duggan with the apprentice, the hot riding apprentice, Louis Rivera.
Hot barn, hot rider, and we'll see what she does second time on the dirt.
Number 4, Debbie Darling, goes out for Jorge Abreu. And our friend Javier Castellano, he usually sticks with us till around the holidays.
She's stretching back out in distance, ran 3rd at a mile 2 back, although off the turf.
Dylan Davis on the current favorite for Mike Maselli, Montauk Mystique.
We'll see what she does stretching back out, how close she ends up having to sit with more distance.
And the rank outsider, the number 6, Lady Fortuna, Lane Luzzy, riding for Leah Giamatti.
Second time in for a tag for her. She was actually a short price on debut a long time ago in July of this year. She was 2-1 that day versus Maiden Special Weight Company, but has not shown much on the racetrack yet.
Well, the good news for you is you're not just stuck with me and Sarah. Our good friend, the Mig, he's down in the paddock. Richie, what are you seeing down there? Is it warm enough for you?
Yeah, it's not too bad right now. I feel bad later on for Maggie because usually about the 6th, 7th race, it really starts to drop precipitously here at Aqueduct. But right now, it's pretty comfortable, Andy. Thank you. And we're going to start. We'll talk about the 1 Strange Fruit, a filly that actually has shown ability in the mornings, but she's her own worst enemy. It took a Herculean effort just to get the tack on her. Pat Reynolds did some job, and so did the pony boy and the groom, and they were able to get the saddle on her. Now, she went out and she had her halter on with a lead shank, and when I was riding, I really did not like to ride horses when they had a halter and a lead shank on, because basically you're in the hands of the pony boy, or the pony rider, I should say. And you don't have control. You don't have control of your brakes and steering. And I just always felt uncomfortable. I guess I always had trust issues, but I wanted to be able to handle my own horses. She's difficult. She's actually, once she got away from everybody, this is the most settled she's ever been. But again, she is her own worst enemy. The two horses that stand out and I think make the most sense on paper are the three. Practical Miss for Dave Duggan. She's my top selection. She could not look any better. This time of year, we're looking for horses' coats turning, a little bit longer coats, getting ready for the winter. Man, she just looks resplendent, rich hydrated coat. Dave does great work, and everybody knows I'm a huge Dave Duggan fan. Not only is he a friend, somebody I worked with, a tremendous horseman. Him and his wife, Lara, do great work, and she will be my top selection. You get Louis Rivera Jr., so you're getting a 5-pound break in the weights. She gets in with 116 pounds. And then the 5, Montauk Mystique, looks fantastic. Mike Maselli does a great job. Mike Maselli was a really good rider. Won the Travers, won the Haskell on holding pattern. And this horse makes a lot of sense. Well posted from the outside with Dylan Davis. But, I think carrying 121 pounds, it swayed me towards the 3 filly, just getting that 5-pound break in the weights. And again, the 2 that looked best physically, that make the most sense on paper.
Thanks, Richie. And poor Practical Miss, she's carrying the weight of the entire show here. Free Equibase PPs. Follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. As I was saying before, Practical Miss, she's got all of us. And that's what happens when you get some success. Everybody starts betting the horses. You got to get them early.
Precisely. Everyone's kind of picking up on the Dave Duggan train right now. A great trainer and a person that I've had the pleasure of talking to only online a couple of times. I've yet to meet in person, but looking forward to that day, as I'm sure you've had plenty of good conversations with him.
Not plenty of them. I know David
Just
a little
few.
bit. Say hi. He's a good guy. Yeah. Richie knows him much better. But.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, this is just a horse that makes a lot of sense in this spot. I mean, she hasn't really done enough to disappoint on the surface like some of the other outsiders in this race, and ran well last time behind a horse that you and I were both a little surprised by showing that kind of performance, but the betting public was not. So
we love racing because it does surprise us quite often.
Exactly.
She's a little slow in here, the number 4, Debbie Darling, but it is noteworthy, and we mentioned that Javier Castellano usually stays around here close to the holidays before heading down to Florida. He's had a great year. And listen, Irad Ortiz is a clear winner of the Eclipse Award. You can't knock the year he's had. But Javier, he's really back in form, and I think he's one of the great stories in the game.
And I think that something that might be a little bit missed sometimes is that this year really started picking up. You saw signs of him and his success and his sort of renaissance qualities last year as well, and even the year before that. He was riding just so many horses and putting them in the right kind of spots and making all the right decisions, and it's nice to see all of that hard work and success really come to fruition this year with wins in races that he hadn't won before, that he had been attempting to do so with both the Derby and the Belmont Stakes, and then winning a 7th Travers as well. So just an incredible banner year for Javier.
Yeah, no, I agree. And he seems to be the guy. If you want to ride a horse, if you need a rider for the Travers, Javier's got like a golden charm for that Travers. He's won with horses at good price. He had that one summer, I think it was the year Keen Ice beat American Pharoah, where he won, I think, 6 of the 7 big races on Saturdays or something. Amazing. He won the Alabama for Tony Dutrow and Promise Me Roses, or Promise something Roses. But it's just nice to see him riding well, and I've been friends with Javi for many years, and I couldn't be happier for him. And somehow, despite the fact that all 3 of us took the 3, she's moved down to the second choice in this race at 2-1. I like her too, Sarah. I'm really curious to see what we get from Good Morning Kiss here, and I think you'll know early, because if she's going to be live here, she's going to be in front.
Exactly.
I would think.
If she's not in front early, I don't really see her having an opportunity. And if she is in front early, it doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to win either. But that is exactly where she should be in this race, because she is one that I think that is her best chance of being successful.
We'll see what happens. We kick off the action, the early pick 5, kicking off in race number 1. The number 2, Good Morning Kiss, going in those pink Lady Sheila silk shoe. probably remember them from the mighty La Verdad, who had such a great career for Lady Sheila Stable and Sheila Rosenblum, her owner. Practical Miss is going in. Louis Rivera, Debbie Darling getting ready to go in, and Chris Griffin getting ready for the first of 9 as we send it up to him for the call of the opener.
Steak and Lady Fortuna. Lady Fortuna goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking from the outside, Lady Fortuna's got early speed. Breaking a touch outward, there was Practical Miss, and that drifted out Montauk Mystique. They lined up on the front end here, 5 across the racetrack. There's Good Morning Kiss and Strange Fruit. The one taken to the back, that was Debbie Darling in the orange cap. As they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch, Practical Miss is well out into the center of the racetrack, is in front, is a neck in front of Montauk Mystique at 6-5, who's right to the outside of this pace setter, 23-1, the opening quarter mile. At the rail, Strange Fruit is going to push on through, is going to push more pace into this race as they are 3.5 lengths clear from Good Morning Kiss, who's settled in the 4th spot to the outside of that rival, Lady Fortuna, and the trailer, Debbie Darling. They approach 4 furlongs left to go. Strange Fruit is trying to hold that rail position, is pushing on through, and Strange Fruit has taken the lead. It's Strange Fruit with that ground-saving move is now put a half length on Practical Miss, who's all in. Up on the outside, Montauk Mystique is still stalking these pace setters. Good Morning Kiss drops out of it. Lady Fortuna trying to run on, and from the back, it's Debbie Darling. It's Strange Fruit in front, and Strange Fruit is still in hand, approaching a quarter mile left to go. Montauk Mystique and Dylan Davis ranging up on the outside. Lady Fortuna making up some late ground in the green cap. The rest with some running to do as Montauk Mystique has taken the lead. It's Montauk Mystique back to second as Strange Fruit. Lady Fortuna is starting this rally up on the grandstand side at 33-1. Here comes Lady Fortuna and Lane Luzzy. They're going to push on by. It's now Lady Fortuna who's opened up by a length and a half. Lady Fortuna kicks off the early pick 5 at 33-1. Lady Fortuna over Montauk Mystique, Strange Fruit, and Good Morning Kiss. Final running time, 1 minute 39-4.
That's why they run the races. Lady Fortuna, coming off a layoff of nearly 3 months for trainer Leah Giamatti, had shown absolutely nothing in her 3 races, including a race at this level at Saratoga. Comes back for Lane Luzzy, and this race was sort of collapsing a bit late, but Lady Fortuna, you could see, I mean, at first you thought Montauk Mystique was going to win, but you also realized this horse was definitely winning.
You
Impressive
absolutely
win.
called it as we were heading into the stretch, and talk about being surprised, right? I mean, 33-1 on this horse, and not really one that I had given a look to whatsoever, but I guess seeing, well, maybe a little bit interesting that she was such a short price first time out, but other than that, there is nothing else that I could have possibly recommended about this one.
You're right, she's the horse that I'd forgotten that. She got so oddly bet heavily in her debut and did no running for Leah.
Yeah.
Well, she ran today.
Just had to wait.
Javier's probably thinking, why didn't I stay on her? Nice to see Lane Luzzy get the win. Of course, Lane Luzzy, the son of our friend Mike Luzzy as well, his second win here in New York. And if you came up with her or you used all and you're alive in the pick 5,
Congrats.
I'm rooting for you.
Yeah.
Because you get a horse like this home, you want to get the money, and this one will absolutely blow up the early pick 5s, getting it done, and getting it done easily. And I was saying to you as they went over the wire, too bad Maggie wasn't doing the first race. She'd have picked this one. She likes all the Leah Giamatti horses. Even this one might have been a little stretch for her. But she definitely would have mentioned her. She definitely would have gotten a mention.
She's a Lane Luzzy fan as well, so.
Yeah, so nice to see this horse get the victory for Leah. I couldn't see it. Our selection, the number 3, Practical Miss, she just didn't go on with it all, nor the 2, Good Morning Kiss. But it's a long shot to kick off the action. Leah Giamatti, Lane Luzzy teaming up with a tough one to see. The number 6, Lady Fortuna, kicks it off. Big balloons as America's Day at the Races continues.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. A big balloon to start the day out, a hard horse to have, but if you've somehow got Lady Fortuna on your Pick 5 tickets, or any of your tickets, you're very happy as she heads into the winner's circle with rider Lane Luzzy getting his second win here in New York, and there's trainer Leah Giamatti as well. $68.50 to win. The favorite runs second. You get $78 for $1 in the exacta. And just once again, hoping you're alive in some multi-race bets, we head down to Richard Migliore with Lane Luzzy.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. And I'm really pleased to be here with Lane, somebody I watched grow up and competed with his dad for many years. Lane, you really worked out a nice trip. She broke sharply, but then she settled, and it was pretty fast fractions for these kind of horses.
For sure, and I had the outside post, so it kind of gave me a breather to decide what I wanted to do. And they were flying inside me, Richie, and I'm on a filly that, she's a young filly learning. Just wanted to give her a good experience. And, like the 3/8 pole, I said, they're flying, I got a little bit of horse, I get a good chance.
It's uncanny to me watching you finish on horses, how much you look like your father finishing on horses. Did you study film of his, or is this just because of your DNA?
I like to say it's a natural feeling. He didn't want me to necessarily do everything he did his way, kind of find my own style and see what works for me.
When you win on horses that pay big prices like this, it kind of opens up people's eyes. How has the reception been in the mornings when you're going out working?
Good. Everybody's friendly. Everybody's, willing to talk to me. And I'm just going out there working hard, hoping to get a chance.
Well, great job. I really appreciate watching you ride. And guys, this is how you get people's attention. You got to win on horses that don't look likely to win, and that makes people take notice.
It's all about getting opportunities, and we wish Lane the best of luck. Big fan of his dad's a good guy, Mike, and I'm sure he's very happy wherever he is seeing his son Lane Luzzy get the win as we move on to the second race. And I know this was an interesting race, Sarah, and a fairly wide open race. As you look at the board, the public seems to disagree. I can't imagine that Taven is going to be a big price, but I'm looking at the doubles, and Progeny is an overwhelming favorite.
A George Weaver horse that I actually didn't pick. Can you believe it?
I can't.
I knew you'd be surprised.
I don't believe you. We'll wait to see your picks there. But this looks like a wide open race, a big price down on the inside, all the others taking money. The Cigar Mile coming up. Well, Chad Brown has had some success in the Cigar Mile. Pattern recognition getting it done. Connect getting it done. He's coming back, seeking his third Cigar Mile win with Dr. Ardito, among others.
The best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way. 1-2 moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire. Thoroughbred racing is taking vital steps to make our sports safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians, strict anti-doping and medication controls, and a single national authority empowered to create uniform standards and enforce reforms. With each step, more data is gathered, accountability demanded, and progress made as safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
The morning of the 149th Kentucky Derby started out with great disappointment for Hillendale owner John Secura.
The favorite is out. Announced this morning, Forte will not compete in the Kentucky Derby.
Well, I was pouting when the Derby was run. I had a great box and I was going to the races and Forte was scratched and my children were going, you know, we're in the sort of throes of the breeding season. I said, I just watch it at home.
They're in the gates.
And not that I didn't think Mage had a chance to win. I thought he did.
Entering the backstretch run, Mage's 15th.
The drive to Churchill is an easy one when you win. It's a long one when you get beat.
But there's one furlong to go. Two Phil's fights on, but Mage has taken the lead.
Was jumping up and down.
Time is running out to catch Mage.
There was nobody here to see my antics.
Mage digs down deep, urged onto the wire to win the Derby.
I just enjoyed and drank in the moment of that achievement, and then the next day we went to the barn and celebrated, and Barbara Banke came over and felt a deep personal and equine connection. She's been such a great partner. We've had great luck together, and you know, we enjoyed the moment of seeing Good Magic bask in the glory of the afterglow winning the Derby, and you know, Curlin was right next to him. It was almost like he looked over and said, "Good job, son, you've got a long way to go, but keep it going." Similarity I see when I see them next to each other is today's legacy and the future legacy.
Curlin and Good Magic, arguably sports' most formidable father and son team.
You know, that's really a separating point on most sires. When you can sire Grade 1 winners and horses that compete at the highest level of racing, that's what breeders are really looking for. It's very hard to do. You know, that genetic switch is either on or off, and when it's on at the highest level, like Curlin and now Good Magic, it's really the epitome of what you could expect from a stallion.
They come into the stretch after 3/4 in 1:11, and here is Connect on the outside of Divining Rod, and Realm has moved into third. It's Divining Rod on the inside and Connect on the outside. It's a heck of a stretch run in the Cigar Mile. They come down for the finish. Divining Rod and Connect heads apart on the line.
Connect just getting a very, very narrow victory over Divining Rod. Connect was coming off a win, and at the time, Grade 2 Pennsylvania Derby over the mighty Gun Runner, one of the very few races he would lose during his career at that point. And Connect, really nice horse. He only made that one start in the Westchester, unfortunately, as a 4-year-old before he had to be retired. He raced for those Paul Pompa Silks. And always nice to remember Paul Pompa, one of the really, really good guys in the game who miss really every day.
So Javier?
That's Javier. There's Paul, standing next to Cherie DeVoe. Yeah, Paul was there's Chad. Paul was a wonderful man and a friend of so many people in racing, and his loss really felt. And it's nice to see those horses in the pedigrees that Paul used to have, and so many good horses over the years. Connect being absolutely one of them. So the Cigar Mile probables, the field has blossomed. Casquet, you can take him out. We had a little disagreement about him. He is apparently not probable anymore, but it's shaping up to be a big field. Looking forward to it, a wide open race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see a lot more horses join the fray and have some interest in coming over here into the Cigar Mile. And we see a couple horses exiting the Breeders' Cup as well, but not these.
And that's one of the bonuses of making it a week later and getting some Breeders' Cup horses. Well, 49er, the winner of the initial Naira Mile, which became the Cigar Mile. And we saw a nice battle in this race, but it was ever so mischievous, the 3-year-old, getting the popular victory.
Yeah, a horse that's just really been able to keep it together and sort of keep improving his form. Almost gets run down by Dr. Ardito. We saw Creative run a good race in there as well behind the two of them. And Chad Brown, he's got a pretty good hand coming into this race.
The Creative needs to break. He didn't break, or he probably cost himself the race by knocking out of the gate. Dr. Ardito came with that late run at the end, but ever so mischievous. Been on quite a big run for Brad Cox, whose horses usually deliver. I think there's a notion that they never lose, and that's simply not the case. Certainly wasn't the case yesterday in some of the big races down at Churchill Downs.
Right. He had Comparative here, who came back, won. Generous 6-1 on that horse as well.
I didn't realize that she was going to win until talking horses when we were talking about it.
Me either.
No, she made a lot of sense when she realized that she was coming off the layoff, et cetera, et cetera. And here's Sarah's favorite horse. And my question to Sarah, who picked her in the Met Mile and the Breeders' Cup Sprint, are you coming back with him in the Cigar Mile?
No, because I don't
your
think
biggest pet.
Is he my? I guess.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I guess so.
You picked him in the most ridiculous spots anyone's ever picked a horse twice.
That's definitely not true. But anyway, I don't feel as though he's a horse that really wants to go this mile distance. However, he's only tried it a couple of times in his career. I feel like the 7 furlongs is really what suits him best, though he's won at 6 as well. And we're taking a look at his Phoenix win at Keeneland, which was 2 starts ago for him. He got a 101 by our speed figure. Doing so, defeated Nakatomi, who came back to run 3rd in the Breeders' Cup
well in the
Sprint.
Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, had a big price for
Very
him.
well in there, actually.
Hoist the Gold did not, but he comes into the Cigar Mile now, and he, as well as another horse we'll take a look at in a moment. I like that they're kind of looking for their Breeders' Cup redemption now coming into the Cigar Mile.
I think this is a very good spot for him. I think this is at least the sort of the group that he belongs in much more. He's a pretty cool horse, and I can understand why you're a fan of his, and he fits in here. And I'm going to tell you, if his trainer, Dallas Stewart, comes to Aqueduct next week and I miss him, I'm going to regret a little bit that I went to Jamaica.
Just a little bit?
A little bit. But it's nice to see him coming. And Senior Buscador, a horse, I think he's an interesting horse. Now, he's going to need the pace, obviously, because he comes from way out the back door. But as you say, another horse coming out of the Breeders' Cup Classic, cutting back to one turn. And when he gets the pace to make his run, he can run.
Exactly, and he's a horse that's kept, I would say, better company and been more successful against them than a horse like Hoist the Gold. I feel as though he's been proven to handle these distances when he gets the right kind of setup, much more so as well. And as we're taking a look at a race where he was successful in that San Diego handicap, I think that I will ultimately be going to him rather than a horse like Hoist the Gold, because I do feel more confident that he can at least handle the distance as well as the class.
Yeah, I think the question is going to come down to what you think of the pace in that race. Ever so mischievous, obviously, forward, but looking forward to that Cigar Mile. It's really a great day of racing as well, because you've got the 2-year-old races, the Demoiselle and the Remsen, and I really do like the fact that we've moved this a week. Gives an opportunity for horses who ran the Breeders' Cup to come back, and the Cigar is definitely benefiting from that. The Go for Juan, 3-year-olds and up, going a mile here, as we'll look to have a repeat winner. Dr. B will look to get back on track. She has such a huge win in the slop of this race. The good news is, though, doesn't look like it's going to be sloppy. And the Remsen looks like it's coming up a pretty big field.
Yeah, only a couple horses came out of that and ran pretty well a couple years ago, right?
Yeah. It's been a while since we have a Derby winner out of it, but 2 years ago, the 1-2 finishers completed 2 of the 3 Triple Crown races. The 2-year-old race of the day brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, and that's coming up in race number 2, a wide-open allowance race, Sarah.
Yeah, and a horse that's taking quite a bit of money right now is Progeny, as well as your outside horse and like a Rolling Stone, and something that you and I talked about a little bit, a horse that really is taking no money whatsoever, who David Aragona had a bit lower on the morning line, is Taven, who is a second longest shot in the field in doubles so far.
Yeah, Taven seems like she's the price in this race. I took like a Rolling Stone, think she should be a price. I wouldn't bet a nickel on her at 2-1, but let's find out what the MIG thinks as we head down to the paddock.
Yeah, guys, kind of an interesting group here, and we'll start with the 2, Low Society. Broker Maiden at first asking, kind of a filly that's on the smaller side, but a very nice balance to her. Horatio Deposit is really nice work, and she's shown some versatility. She was able to lurk from just off the pace on debut, a little further back last time, but making a nice impression here in the paddock. The 4-horse Taven, boy, she's a real standout to me here in the paddock. I like everything I'm seeing from her. I think she set faster fractions than anybody else does in this field previously. A little bit of rambunctious, a little bit nervous. They took her kind of down away from everybody, and she seems like she settled in nicer. Going to keep an eye on her once Trevor McCarthy gets aboard and how she acts going out to the racetrack. And the 5, Progeny, just making a real nice impression, but it's what you come to expect from a George Weaver trainee. Big, solid filly, really strong hind end on her. Golden Sense sire, back-to-back Breeders' Cup Mile winners, and she just looks like she's going to be quick, as she's shown speed in pretty much every one of her starts, no matter what the surface was. But I think she's making a nice impression. I like when horses frame themselves up nice, bow their heads even at the walk. Kind of just shows that they're very focused and in tune with what they're going to do as far as their job goes.
Thanks, Richie. Well, Progeny, and I mean, one thing about George Weaver, it just seems, especially this year, but it's not like it came out of nowhere, his horses have all been running, and she's going to be the favorite. I know there's 3-5 to 2 shots now. She's going to be favored almost certainly by post time. I thought she beat a terrible field last time, but maybe she'll win again.
Right. I don't really think she defeated much in her last start, and she got a 57 Beyer speed figure while doing so. And she did come out of a maiden special weight race before that on dirt that had Gunsong and Value Area in it. So some horses that are certainly okay, but at the same time, in terms of who she's faced when she was able to get the win, I don't know that was necessarily a strong field, and I think that you have a couple of horses that faced better when they were able to get their victories.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to be surprised. I'm never surprised. He won yesterday's last race, the horse that didn't make a lot of sense on paper, I thought, and won quite easily in yesterday's last race, that did benefit from not a particularly clever ride on another horse in the race. But his horses have just been running repeatedly well. And David Duggan looking to get back on track with a long shot in here. Feels like classic diva. Last time was the time for Dave Duggan, Louis Rivera.
And there was a long shot that day as well, 11-1 when getting her first win. First time on dirt for her that day. Let's see if she can handle winners in here.
Number 2, Low Society. Dylan Davis riding for Horacio de Paz.
Facing some horses at Laurel last time. Now drops into a level here that likely makes some sense for her.
Number 3, Antenna Off the Claim for Linda Rice. Going out with Jose Lezcano.
Beat some horses that did not really run back that well yesterday. However, a couple of them were changing circumstances, so don't want to hold that against her too much.
The number 4, we remarked cold on the board, Trevor McCarthy riding for Wayne Potts.
Did have that 64 Beyer last time when winning at a short price, but we'll see. And Better's not really thinking she's going to do the same today.
No, they're going to Manny Franco and George Weaver with Progeny, though.
A horse that's likely to be forward in here was able to get the win at a short price last time. Can she build on that effort?
And the number 6, Like a Rolling Stone, who I was interested in, but she's going to have to go off a better price than this. Javier Castellano riding for Bruce Levine.
I mean, just facing a world of better horses last time in the Maid of the Mist, so we'll see what she does on the trainer change as well.
So the horse that's supposed to be the speed, at least if you believe in the time form pace projector, something that Sarah and I use quite a bit, is Taven. And you imagine that Trevor McCarthy's going to look to be aggressive with her. Are we going to get that speed, the speed we got last time when she outran a David Duggan horse, but they buried the rest of the field? Her last race is too fast, but the trainer changed to Wayne Potts. They're not biting, huh?
No, and it's kind of an odd wagering system that we have so far, because you would think that with the number that she ran last time and going to a barn that we've seen sort of perk up lately, to see her be so overlooked is really a surprise to me, and I know you as well.
I wonder if a little bit the factor, and I don't know, who knows, but is it's going away from Brittany Russell, a trainer that wins at a high percentage, and I wonder a lot, and that's, I mean, listen, I know myself, that was more the reason why I was kind of against her in this race. I picked her third, was more the switch away from Brittany Russell.
Yeah, she did have a very good percentage when dropping horses in for a tag on this circuit for the first time, so that's a fair point to make. I don't know. I think you have to also be believing that other horses are going to improve, or she's going to regress off of her last number.
I think the feeling is she's going to regress, at least on the board. The 3 Antenna, not easy to claim from Todd Pletcher. Don't know really how good this one is, but I'm just always so scared of Linda Rice off the claim.
Right, going from one good outfit to another, and I agree, usually not a move that you view in a good light when you take horses off the Pletcher claim, but Linda's had some success with a couple of them. Memphis being one of them, got him to hit the board a couple of times after claiming him away from Todd Pletcher, so I don't know, maybe you look at her, the company that she was able to defeat over her last start and kind of downgrade her a little bit, but I think that that's more circumstantial with Extra Dirty changing barns as well.
I think Linda saw a horse that lost to Just FYI, a winner of Brzett, and a Munnings that cost $300,000 that she could get for $50,000. And I wonder, could this horse even have a little bit of value as a pedigree, you know, from a breeding perspective? So
Possibly.
She's sort of worth half of the $50 they paid for her. So maybe there were a number of factors in there with her. I don't love her off her last race. The only reason I had this horse second was the switch to Linda Rice. I have so much respect for Linda.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she spots her horses well. She makes plenty of smart, intelligent claims and is able to put those horses in places where they're successful going forwards. And it doesn't seem like this is the toughest field overall, stepping this one up.
No, I agree. But an evenly matched field, and the board, Richie, I mean, you've got 5 of the 6, Richie, at very similar prices.
Yeah, I think this is a very competitive, kind of wide-open field. I do want to talk about the one briefly, Classic Diva. You know, she is a big price. She's going to have to improve. But I think if you kind of just omit the first race, you know, going 5.5 on the turf, and look at her last race like she was a first-time starter, suddenly that race looks a lot better. She's going to have to take a step forward. But I think there's potential there to take a step forward. She's going to have to improve. She looks terrific. Could not look any better in the flesh. The 4-horse Taven is going to be my top selection. She came into the paddock a little hot, a little, you know, nervous, a little rambunctious. I like what I saw once she got on the racetrack, once Trevor McCarthy was mounted aboard her. It seemed like she settled in nicely, and I think she's going to turn out to be the controlling speed here, or the speed of the speed, if you will. And I thought, well, a moment ago she was 5-1, she's 9-2. I think that's a very square price for her, for a horse that, you know, has run a fast enough figure to certainly win here. And then again, the 5 Progeny makes a lot of sense. She's your favorite. Could not look any better in the flesh for George Weaver. Just a real big, solid, strong kind of filly. But I like the 9-2. I think it's attractive on the 4, Taven.
Thanks, Richie. It is attractive, but it's a little too attractive for our taste. You've taken the 3 Antenna on top, Sarah.
I have. I mean, I think this is just a horse that, you know, they were hoping that they would get a little bit more out of her on debut when she was able to run second, and that was a good run from her. She didn't break that well. Then she runs against Just FYI and Shoplifting. We know what Just FYI went on to do, dropping her in for the tag. That was a successful move, and I think now just going to the Linda Rice barn, just another capable outfit that she should be able to show up with a similar effort in here. So I ended up opting for what was a slightly better price than your current favorite.
Yeah, I feel like she needs to improve, though. A similar effort, and I picked her second. I'm hoping she improves, just as I'm hoping the horse I picked on top, like a Rolling Stone, improves. I think a mile a bit far for her. She's had moisture in the track every time she's run before now. She's also going to have to get faster, but this is the first time she's been in a race where he had a chance for trainer Bruce Levine. I'm a big fan of Bruce. Not exactly a household name. He doesn't get the opportunities, but he's a very, very good trainer that has been successful in New York for a long, long time. And a lot of his success tied to owner Roddy Valente, and they have won a lot of races together over the years.
And absolutely fair that she has just been keeping the best company of anybody else in this field by far.
See what happens. An interesting race. Maybe Progeny will get it done, as so many George Weaver horses do. But I really find this is the kind of race. I thought Low Society, the good buyer figure last time, didn't hold up to scrutiny. Looking at the other finishers, the first and third finishers are much slower than the number normally they ran. But Horacio de Paz, he had a lot of bad luck in Saratoga, but he's been having a very good meet.
Absolutely, and it's not that his horses weren't running in Saratoga. They just weren't winning.
They were running second. Yeah, exactly. I remember joking with him and saying, you know, it's going to turn around. It's going to turn around, and it has since we've come back downstate. He's won a lot of races, and his horses, and it's not just winning. His horses run very well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's a terrific young trainer and a guy to keep your eye on. If you're not familiar with Horacio, get familiar with him. He's a very, very good trainer. Horses going to the gate. Chris Griffin with a call. Race number 2.
At the front of the gate there was Classic Diva. Didn't go anywhere. The front of the gate just opened and walked right through the front. There's Classic Diva being led back around. Progeny like a rolling stone. They move forward. Classic Diva, Luis Rivera Jr. back in behind the gate. And she will load in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Tavin. Progeny's got early speed, and there's Classic Diva. Classic Diva right to the front is now a neck in front of Low Society, who goes right with this runner. Up on the outside there is Progeny, who now secures the second spot. Back there in fourth is going to be Antenna, second to last, like a rolling stone, and Tavin is the trailer. On the front end, they're chasing the long shot in Classic Diva. Classic Diva up by 3/4 of a length. Right there to the outside at 2-1, that's Progeny, and moving through at the rail, there's Antenna. Low Society has lost some ground now, drifts out here, is in the 4th spot. Tavin starts a rally from the back with Like a Rolling Stone. 22-4, the opening quarter mile, and here comes Progeny, who's just ranging up on the outside of Classic Diva, who's still ahead in front. It is still Classic Diva, and now Progeny ready to tackle, and Progeny has put a nose in front. Right in behind them, that's Antenna. Tavin is under a full out drive here, is in the 4th spot. To the outside of that one comes Low Society. Like a Rolling Stone is still the trailer. They reach the top of the stretch, and Progeny's trying to put it away. It's Progeny who's up by a length and a half. Here is Antenna in pursuit. Tavin and also Low Society in the hunt on the grandstand side. Progeny is trying to gut it out here inside the final furlong in between horses. Antenna is reaching. Progeny is still in front. It's Progeny and Antenna. Low Society grandstand side. Here comes Antenna to the outside of Progeny. Antenna got up. Antenna gets up, and the final stage is over. Progeny, then came a photo between Low Society and Tavin. Final running time, 1 minute 18.40 seconds.
It's funny with our running commentary, Sarah, during the race, because it felt like Jose Lezcano was very confident he had horse. And then when they straightened out in the stretch, she really wasn't getting going. And Progeny, who was always running well, you could always tell that she was going to be a factor in the race. And Jose Lezcano just ran her down in a nice pick by you with Antenna at 7-2.
I think someone needs to mic you up during the running of a race and have that playback after, like we do with the connections of the horses, because you're pretty spot on with what's about to happen.
I think one of the fun things in racing is watching them and trying to determine who the horses are that have horse.
Exactly.
You know, how much they have, and I think it's something, and I know Richie enjoys this as well, just sort of getting an idea what kind of horses, what makes it. Sometimes you think a horse has a ton of horse, and they come in the stretch, they have nothing. In this particular case, Jose Lezcano timed it just right. Progeny ran well, but Antenna off the claim for Linda Rice, able to get it done. And how do they know with Tavin? Though the truth is Tavin ran pretty well.
I was going to say, she actually made up quite a bit of ground.
She got completely left. The horse that was supposed to be in the front end, and she actually kind of ran a winning race. But it's like at the start, they said, oh, they just knew she'd get left.
It's crazy, right?
It's bizarre. It was a competitive race on paper, and frankly, a competitive race out there. The only horse taking money that did no running was the one I picked, the number 6, Like a Rolling Stone.
She should have been a little bit more forward, but
she was bad. She wasn't forward because she had no horse.
Well, there's also that. But Jose Lezcano, a great ride saving ground, too. Really, I think made the difference with this horse, because I think that if he had not saved the ground he did and angled out at the exact right time, he would not have gone by a horse like Progeny. So a great ride by him, and a great job by Linda getting her ready to go. go.
No, I agree. I think you're absolutely right. This is the kind of ride, a subtly very good ride that points out a rider, Jose Lezcano, that does not get the credit he deserves. He really doesn't. He rides with so many other good riders, but he's very quietly one of the best riders in the game. Antenna gets it done. America's Day at the Races. We're just getting started. Stick around.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NyraBet. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Bet through NyraBets. Race number 2, Jose Lezcano guiding the number 3 Antenna back to the winner's circle. And once again, as we said before, Sarah, one of the reasons we appreciate Jose Lezcano are rides like this.
Exactly, just really making all the right moves in here, able to save ground early on in this race and sit just off the horses that were setting the pace in here, knowing how much horse he had and the ability to split horses at the right time to run down Progeny, who looked pretty comfortable at this point in the game, but just had just enough to get by.
Yep, gets it done, beats the favorite Progeny right on the wire here, getting it done by about a neck. Number 3 Antenna, trained by Linda Rice. She gets the win off the claim. A good claim pays dividends for her right away with Antenna. Getting the job done in the 3-5 exacta, $15.60 for $1. $9 even as we head towards race number 3. They're going to make a lap around the oval here at the Big A. 1 1/8, the number 2, looking at Roses, who really is an incredible model of consistency as the horse to beat. Has a win here, comes from out of town, but is 1 for 1 racing at Aqueduct, and has to deal with the number 4 Sundays with Sandy, 2 taking the most money. And once again, hope you're alive in that pick 5. If you got that first winner home, I hope you continued it on with Antenna and you can stay alive going forward, as those pick 5s will be good. Much more to come as we talk about the horse that next Saturday's feature is named for, the mighty Cigar.
What's better than 1 fill? 2 fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragazins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills, this year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement
and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
For every great champion, there is a unique story. And for two-time Horse of the Year Cigar, his road to glory began in his 5th start for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who believed the Maryland-bred son of Palace Music had more talent than he had shown in 11 straight grass races.
The last time he had run on the turf, I think Julie Crone had ridden him and said, well, he galloped back good on the dirt. And I said, well, maybe it's time we try the dirt. So we were over here in October, and we really didn't know what to expect. He reeled off some pretty fast fractions, but he just kept widening his margin, and then came back about a month later and won the Naira Mile.
Cigar running a monstrous race today. Beat Double is due by 6 lengths.
Cigar would go on to win 14 more consecutive races, but possibly his most impressive and memorable performance came in the 1995 Breeders' Cup Classic.
It was a sloppy track, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, he had never run in the mud before. Now we're facing a new challenge, and Jerry Bailey's holding on to him, waiting for him to go, and when he released him, I mean, he just, like you shot him out of a cannon.
Cigar! Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush, a 1/4 mile between Cigar and a perfect season. Jerry Bailey calls on Cigar for everything he has, and here he is, the incomparable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
Throughout his mighty 2-year reign as the best horse in America, if not the world, Cigar not only won the admiration of the most avid racing fan, but also captured the attention of the general public and made them fans as well.
You know, the great thing about his career was it lasted over a 3-year period. You know, good horses sometimes are limited to 1 year where they hold their form to that top level. It's very difficult to keep any top horse in form for 2 full years. He became such a fan favorite, and he was America's horse. You know, Mr. Paulson's colors with the red, white, and blue, and we took him everywhere. We took him east, west, we took him abroad. Finally, it got to the point where people were saying, man, let's go see him. Let's just go watch him.
So, when it was announced that Cigar would be retired at the end of the '96 season, Connections made sure that America's racehorse was sent off in style. And what better way to do so than to van him into the middle of Manhattan to the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Mrs. Paulson was into the show horse world as well, and they had the National Horse Show at Madison Square Garden, and she said she wanted to take him down there and parade him, and I thought she was absolutely crazy, but
As it worked out, Bailey and I skipped the races that day. We both rode down on the horse van with him, and it really turned out to be probably one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. We brought him in and they turned the spotlight on him. I mean, everybody stood up, and it was exciting for me, and I think everybody that had ever worked around him and seen him for that matter.
Amazing consistency of Cigar and the ability to perform at such a high level, race after race, is a tribute to him, but it's also a tribute to Bill Mott.
Absolutely, and then we were just talking about the switch of him originally being on the turf for so long and then switching back over to the dirt, and that's really when his career started to take off.
Yeah, Alex Hassinger had him originally, and he ran a 93 Beyer in his second career start, and a little mystifying why it took so long to get back to the dirt. Mike Smith rode him that day at Aqueduct, Richie, and Jerry Bailey, though, took over because Mike was riding Devil is Due, I think, in the the Naira Mile.
Yeah, Devil is Due, and as well as Holy Bull, and Mike liked to say he rode Cigar when he was just a cigarette. But I think it was a match made in heaven, Jerry Bailey and Cigar. You know, high-profile situations, Bill Mott being able to keep this horse in such good form. And the longevity certainly leads to a fan base. And the fact that he took his show on the road, he won at Suffolk Downs, he won in Chicago, New York, California. He really showcased his abilities all around the country, and the benchmark was his consistency. You know, Jerry was such a competitive guy, and I know that he didn't want to, you know, go to Madison Square Garden because he had to take off his horses that day at Aqueduct. But talking with him about it later on, he appreciated so much that he did that, and the experience and being a part of that send-off for Cigar. Sometimes you've got to stop, take a moment, savor it, and drink in that success. And I'm always happy that Jerry had that experience with him. But this is how we create fans. We need horses that can do it for a long period of time at the highest level, and also showcase it around the country.
Couldn't agree more with that, Richie. I think the showcasing around the country is such a big part. You look at his PPs. I mean, this guy danced every dance and every single race, basically, he could be in, Richie.
Yeah, he did, and he showed up. And listen, you know, as a rider, when you're riding a horse with that much expectation, the pressure is enormous. And that's why I think Jerry was such a great fit, because Jerry was at the height of his powers, and, you know, he didn't ruffle. He knew what his job was. He went out there. He was a total professional, and he had the right dance partner in Cigar and the right conditioner in Bill Mott. Really something else. You know, Jerry, to me, I was blessed, Andy, as you know, to ride with some of the greatest riders of our era. And Jerry was top 5 riders I ever rode with. But the thing that distinguished Jerry more was his prime lasted longer than any top rider that I knew. He really was locked in for such an elongated period of time, much like Cigar.
When Jerry Bailey lost on the best horse in a race, you were genuinely shocked. It happens to every rider, but it was just so rare. Yes, Jerry obviously rode a lot of good horses, but he rode very well to get to that point in his career, and it was highly unusual that Jerry made a mistake in a race. It happens to every rider, but especially, as Richie said, in his prime. In his prime, it almost never happened.
And that's sort of what happens is the two things go hand in hand. You're making all the right decisions with the horses that you're on, and then that leads to better horses and vice versa. You get that confidence from those better mounts as well.
Yeah, no question about it. Those were good times, but the field is in the paddock for race number 2, and we're taking a look at the favorite. Actually, the favorite, but there's 2 2-to-1 shots right now, and that's the 2. Looking at Roses, a horse who has really been a model of consistency and does have that win, so has shown the ability to come to New York and run the race.
And that's something that I know that you and I both place quite a bit of importance on when you have those out-of-town shippers, whether or not they can bring that same form and those same types of numbers to New York. And this is one that has done so. When you go to his start 3 races ago, going a mile and an eighth, getting that 87 Beyer here, defeating a horse and cut the cord, at least you know that this is one that can do it everywhere, and certainly a very logical favorite right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't really have, I don't have a real chink in this horse's armor. He's just consistent. He runs those figures every time. I mean, it's really sort of amazing when you look at him. My feeling in picking the number 4, Honeys with Sandy, to try to beat him was he has run faster figures. So he has shown the ability to run a better race, and he's really going to benefit from getting Manny Franco. His last race is a very good example of what Richie says about getting your position going forward. His rider made a decision. Now, listen, I'm not saying he wasn't riding to instructions. I don't want to just pin it on the rider. But he decided to rate coming out of the gate, and the pace never developed. And this is a horse that needs to be forward. And watching his last race, he was never comfortable. And you know Manny Franco, he's not taking a hold of this guy. He is going.
Exactly. And this is a horse that has had more of his success in the past by being that one that is setting the pace. And he just hasn't had that same kind of setup over his past couple of races. And so I think that that is also his best chance to be successful. And I think that, too, he's in a spot where he should have more of an easier time doing so. I mean, they didn't intend on going forward with him last time, but Suerte is another horse that's pretty quick out of there early, and I think he has a better chance today to be the controlling speed.
Well, he could have been in front last time if they were aggressive. They just assumed it was going to be a faster pace, and, you know, it happens when you assume. But also, I think, you know, Richie's, you know, incredibly sort of knowledgeable understanding of getting your position going forward, because if you're getting your position going forward, you can deal with whatever develops. If the pace is too fast, then you're not going to be in front. But if the pace is too slow,
you're right
you
there.
can be forward. And when you decide in the gate, I'm going to ride a certain way, and it's not necessarily a rider's fault. It could be instructions. So I'm not looking to just, you know, criticize the rider as much as just the general trip, because this horse, as anybody that watches the race can see, was extremely uncomfortable during the running of that race as the pace was tepid and he was out of position in there. Manny Franco is not going to let that happen again.
Exactly, and I think that just speaks to a broader idea in terms of anything to do with racing, is that you have to be able to adapt, and you have to put yourself in a position to be able to do so more easily than if you've already decided how something is going to play out.
You come out of the gate grabbing, and bad things will happen. You come out going forward more often than not. If it's possible, good things will happen. A lot of horses just aren't quite good enough. They're the two main players, but there are 6 horses in here. The number 3 Portos had run fairly well last time out. Breaking from the rail, higher quality is going to go out for night. Well, no, it's going to be Looking at Roses, the co-favorite right now at 9-5. Javier riding for Guadalupe Preciado.
And as we've discussed, just a horse that's extremely consistent, 13 wins over his career for this 7-year-old, and just runs the same kind of numbers no matter where he is.
3 is Portos, Trevor McCarthy riding for Wayne Potts.
Big number last time, jumping from an 80 to an 88 by our speed figure, going the mile in an 8th behind some decent company.
He ran very well last time out, actually, surprisingly well. Sundays with Sandy, Manny Franco, Michelle Nevin going by. The number 5 is Ironworks, Eric Cancel riding this one.
And first off the claim leaves the Pletcher barn, and just a bit of a disappointment last time.
Number 6, Optic Way, going out for Oscar Barrera off the layoff, Dylan Davis.
Horse we haven't seen since March of this year, making a couple changes. Has some numbers that could compete, but we haven't really seen them in a while.
Barn's been kind of live lately, and he's a horse that will be forward in all likelihood. The one higher quality benefits from the rail. Louis Rivera riding for Nightfall Chatterpole.
Horse that was 3rd last time and 3rd in his start before that as well, getting a little bit of a stiffer company than he has in the past.
Yep. Horses are on the track. The number 3, well, Portos. We're taking a look at Portos, and Portos finished a distant 4th when Looking at Roses won here, beaten 4 lengths that day. What caught my eye about him is how well he ran last time. Now, I don't know if he can run back to it. He's certainly not going to win if he runs this race when he finished 4th. But his last race in a pretty tough field, I thought he actually ran well, making that big middle move.
Yeah, and he's been a big price over his last 2 starts as well. He's finishing behind Signator. Last time, we're taking a look at when he was far back from Looking at Roses, and I agree, this race does not put him in the mix, but I think that we're dealing with a potentially different horse now if he can bring back anything like his last race, or even just an improvement off of what we saw when he was facing that rival a couple starts ago.
Well, I think you have to ask yourself a little bit. There's a lot of money coming in at number 4 down to even money, but you have to ask yourself, what was different last time? And what was different with him was that Trevor McCarthy rode him into the race. No, it wasn't a particularly fast pace, but a horse that can lag behind a bit. Trevor really did a good job of getting him more competitive early. Now, he's obviously not going to be in front of the likes of Sundays with Sandays or Optic Way in all likelihood, but maybe he can get more position. Richie, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, guys, so briefly I'll talk about the one higher quality. It just a handful, kind of difficult. A horse that, you know, they kind of came out last, keep him moving, keep him going forward, kind of in motion the entire post parade. Horses like that hurt their chances because they you know, are using up energy needlessly. And we talk about it a great deal. Horses have to have the physical ability, but they also have to have the right mental capacity to let themselves be as good a racehorse as they can possibly be. The two looking at Roses, gosh, Andy, this is like a throwback race, isn't it? From like some of the races that, you know, kind of horses we would see in the 80s. And this is a 13-time winner. He's consistent. He shows up. I mean, I couldn't get past him. He looks incredible. He's a horse that's, you know, making his 14th start this year. And he carries incredible condition. His weight, he's not tucked up. He's not looking like a horse that's had a hard campaign. He'll be my top selection because I love horses that have that winning habit. The 3 Portos, the way Trevor warmed this horse up, I think he wants to have him forward again. I think he learned something and maybe more of a staying type. You know, this horse doesn't have a winning kind of profile, 2 wins, 5 seconds. And that last race was a step forward, but he has paired up good efforts in the past, and he actually was catching my eye so much I almost went that way, but I couldn't get past that winning profile of the 2 looking at Roses and the 4 Sundays with Sandy. Listen, he makes a lot of sense on paper. He looks terrific. He's warmed up well. But is he really warrant 6-5 over, well, now the 2 is 9-5? I just thought the 2 and him were much closer than what the board is portraying.
Well, thanks, Richie. Well, what happened was we were looking at the pools. It feels like somebody bet about $6,000 to $8,000 on the number 4 Sundays with Sandy a couple flashes ago to take 2 horses who were a similar price and make him a substantial favorite. There probably will be a bit of an evening factor in the later stages here as he drifts to 7-5. But it really feels like it's very possible that one bettor may have affected the odds dramatically here in a race where the assumption would have been that Looking at Roses would be a slight favorite.
Right, exactly. And apparently it wasn't you that was placing that wager, so who knows?
Well, I'm not betting $7,000 to win on horses. You can be pretty confident of that. But listen, you know, you never know. I mean, those bets are often intelligent, but a bet is a bet. And they can affect the odds. As right now, the 2 horses very similar prices, 8-5 and 3-2, things being evened out quite a bit. And I won't be surprised if by post time, Looking at Roses ends up being a slight favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. He just has more consistency lately. And while you and I can both make some excuses for why Sundays with Sandy has a couple races that were not his best in terms of numbers and has better numbers to go back to, I mean, you're looking at the model of consistency with Looking at Roses, and you know what you're going to get from him.
But what you get from Sundays with Sandy's is most of the time a consistent performance when he's in front.
Right.
And when you get a rider like Manny Franco, who's having a sensational year, I think he's almost 50 wins up from the second highest winner in New York over the year. Still about 150 below the best year that Ramon Dominguez had when he won almost 400 races. I think back in 2009, I want to say like 376 or some crazy number. What a rider Ramon was. But you feel like he's going to be forward in here, as he is currently the second choice as the money has come back in on Looking at Roses.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, things have evened out like you sort of predicted that they would. Is Portos a little bit too big of a price, or do you feel as though that's fair for what he did last time and who he's been overall?
Yeah, I don't think he's too big a price. I think the 2 and 4 are extremely likely one of these 2 to win the race. And when you've got 2 horses that are below 2 to 1, they're all going to be higher. I mean, yeah, I'm surprised that he's the same price as the 5 Ironworks, who's impossible to make really on paper in this race. So yeah, maybe he should be shorter. He just went down 6 to 1, and now the 5 is 9 to 1. So maybe he's a little bit too high.
Yeah, I would agree with those 2 at similar prices. I have a clear preference on one of them, but now they're a little bit further apart.
6-5 and 8-5. The public has a similar opinion. Whether or not it turns out to be a 2-horse race, well, I don't know. We had a 33 to 1 shot win the first race, so they run them on the racetrack for a reason, to let the horses get a chance to do it, and we'll see what these pros do. Going the mile and an eighth, 1 lap around the Aqueduct Oval as they're almost in line. Chris Griffin with the call. Race number 3.
2 out. Ironworks and Optic Way.
1 out.
Optic Way goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed to the outside from Optic Way. Right out to the front, there's Sundays with Sandy, who's going to tip towards the outside as Optic Way will cross over, gets right to the rail, and Optic Way secures the front end, is up by a length and a half. Pink cap, that's going to be Sundays with Sandy, who's now in the 2 path as they slow things down up top. Higher Quality is to the inside of Looking at Roses. They share 3rd and 4th. Out wider, that's Ironworks, and the early trailer is Portos. They work around this first turn. Optic Way has got the lead, crawling 25 and 1 for that opening quarter mile. Right there is Sundays with Sandy, who's tracking from 2nd. Tightly at the rail, that's Higher Quality, who's in 3rd. Looking at Roses, Javier Castellano has moved to the outside into the 3 path, and Portos gets the hurry up. Senses the slow tempo, has now moved up to the inside of Ironworks, who is now the trailer. They're chasing Optic Way. Optic Way is still 3/4 of length in front. It's been a perfect trip now for Sundays with Sandy, just stalking this long shot up top. They went 50.49 for that half-mile time. Driven along is Looking at Roses. Portos is in that mix, and at the rail, that's Higher Quality with less than a half-mile to go. The trailer is Ironworks. Optic Way is still there. It's Optic Way who's up by a half length. Sundays with Sandy. No excuses up on the outside. Is just ranging up on the outside of this long shot. Optic Way who's still there. Under a full drive is Higher Quality. Looking at Roses is running in spots, and now Looking at Roses is trying to commence that rally in 4th. In between horses, that's Portos. They reach the top of the stretch, and Optic Way is still there, and Optic Way is opening up again. It's Optic Way. Sundays with Sandy in full pursuit, and now Sundays with Sandy sticks the head down, and here comes Sundays with Sandy. Sundays with Sandy to the outside of Optic Way, who's very stubborn to the inside. Sundays with Sandy, hard earned, but Sundays with Sandy is your victor. It's Sundays with Sandy, Optic Way, 3-horse photo for show. That was Portos to the inside of Higher Quality, and Looking at Roses in 1 minute 51.34 seconds.
Give a lot of credit to Dylan Davis, who really came out of the gate running. And Oscar Barrera's horses have been running very well lately. And he took it to him. Man, he wanted the front, but they didn't go that fast. But Dylan was decisive. But at the end of the day, Sundays with Sandy's just a little bit better, and he was able to wear him down in what turned out to be an Affirmed and Alidar type 2-horse contest. Maybe not Affirmed and Alidar, but it was a fun one.
And no one really picking up their feet behind them, because this race was between the two of them very early on. I agree, a very good decision made by Dylan Davis to be aggressive early on and make Manny Franco decide to take Sundays with Sandy to his outside and sit just off of him rather than getting that clear lead like he may have wanted.
And also, another major factor here was the non-effort by the two Looking at Roses. You know, these two sort of separated down the backstretch, and you could kind of see that Looking at Roses uncharacteristically didn't run his race. It happens. Sure. He has been amazing. We saw it yesterday with that runner for Linda Rice, who's been so incredible. They sometimes just don't. You take it for granted.
Yes.
You know that they're going to show up. They don't always show up. He didn't run.
Everybody has bad days.
Sundays with Sandy. And I think the thing with Manny was he wasn't in front, but he was out in the clear.
Yes.
So it's not like he was taking pressure, taking any dirt, and in that situation, he wore down a horse. But Optic Way, give him a lot of credit, and keep an eye on Oscar Barrera. He'd been through a kind of cold spell, but his horses have been running very, very well and much better lately. Had a win yesterday, and he ran very well in an exceptional ride by Dylan Davis to give him every chance.
And a big effort first off of a layoff as well. We hadn't seen him since March, so definitely one to keep an eye on next time, because he hadn't been seen in a while, and to come back like that was a pretty good performance.
Yeah, no, it really was. And nice to see him get it, run as well as he did. He did not get it done, though, with Sundays with Sandy's, who did drift up to 9-5 in this race, but gets it done. Manny Franco gets the win on Sundays with Sandy's for Michelle Nevin. I'm always happy to see Michelle get a win. I think she's a sensational trainer.
Yeah, and just a much more comfortable trip for him today. We talked about how in his last race he hadn't been as intent on being forward, and they had decided to rate from the beginning in there. This was a different kind of decision made today.
And let's note something that I'm surprised you didn't pick up on. First 3 winners today, all trained by women trainers.
Wow.
Leah Giamatti, Linda Rice, and Michelle Nevin.
That?
3 terrific trainers. Nice to see them getting it done. Sundays with Sandy's, a popular victory, the second choice at 9-5. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, and somebody who rides usually very, very well is Manny Franco. Sundays with Sandy, the horse Optic Way went to the lead, slow pace, but you're always in the right position, but turning for home, it looked like he got away from you a little bit. Did you feel like you were going to maybe not be able to get to him at that point?
Yeah, I was a little worried when Dylan opened out on me in the stretch a little bit, because I know we was going slow. My horse was pulling me, but at the same time, I was riding my horse with confidence because I know I wasn't the best horse in the race. So I take my chance, you know, I let him go easy, but I was right there on top of him, and when my horse get his stride, you know, late, he was the best.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it went from being like, uh-oh, I might not get him, to like inside the eighth, but I got him.
Yeah, like I say, when he opened out on me in the quarter pole, I said, I have to ride hard to get by him, but my horse in the eighth pole just level out and give me what I need to get the W.
Manny, you've been riding so well. This will be the third year that you're leading rider for the entire year in the state of New York. It's a big accomplishment. Do you set goals for yourself at the beginning of the year?
We always have a goal, you know. I want to do good here in New York. It's the tough colony, you know, I think in the world. So I just wanna. It's a lot of guys behind me that want to be on my feet, you know, on my foot. So I just try to do good. I just try to, when I got the chance, I got the horse, I try to do my best to get it done. And I think that's when you get the confidence of the trainer. And with the help of my agent, I think that's a big help too. He's doing a great job.
Well, Manny, you consistently put a horse in the right place. And, guys, I don't think there's a stronger finisher in the entire country than Manny Franco.
To know Manny is to love Manny. He's such a terrific guy and an absolutely sensational rider, and I'm with you on that, Richie. He finishes as well as any rider. He is a very strong young man. He rides well, and I just love seeing, Sarah, the success that he's been having over the last couple of years particularly.
Yeah, it's really been incredible, and especially the success that he's had for Chad Brown as well. And I think that something that's still overlooked a bit is that he rides so many of Chad's live horses, sometimes even much more so than other riders do as well.
Yeah, and while a lot of that chance that he's really gotten is to do with John Paddock, his agent, Chad Brown's not riding you if you're not a good rider just because he's doing favors for a friend. That rider better be delivered, and Manny has delivered, and delivered in a big way. You're absolutely right. He's ridden a lot of very good horses and ridden them well. As interestingly enough, Chuck Willis is the heavy favorite. Slight second choice in the double. Getting the feeling the layoff airport is a little chilly on the board, and Chuck Willis the favorite as we go to break. Race number 4 coming up, and once again, you got live in that pick 5 with the first winner. I'm still rooting for you, and I know Sarah is as well. You want to get home when you get a big price home and somewhat logical results. The next couple of races, see what happens, and there's that trophy. We're still, about 5+ months away from the Kentucky Derby? A lot of people are dreaming about roses, and there will be points in the line next weekend here at the Big A.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Lightline is in full flight. Lightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Thunder Gulch now is called on for his best under Gary Stevens, and Cresa draws into contention running fourth. Ave's flag switched to the outside for the run into the final furlong. Western Echo is the leader. Thunder Gulch is now second. Mighty McGee third toward the inside. 5 lengths back to Cresa and Ave's flag. Western Echo trying to hold off one more challenge from Thunder Gulch, and Thunder Gulch has taken the lead at the 16th pole. It's Thunder Gulch in front, Western Echo second, Mighty McGee third. Thunder Gulch prevails by a head.
Yeah, Thunder Gulch, private purchase, first time Dwayne Lucas, and he was lugging in a bit there, Sarah, able to get it done.
I know, I was just noticing that he started shifting ground there a bit, and the rider's clearly just trying to keep him straight and keep him to task to the wire, but he ended up being pretty good, right?
Yeah, and I think I heard Mighty McGee's name, and I believe he was trained by our friend Leon Blushewitz. We send our best to Blue. But Thunder Gulch, and you go back to the winning, Remsen winners. Go for Gin used this as a prep for Nick Zito, Pleasant Colony, Johnny Campo, going back to Northern Dancer, Kerry back Johnstown. And yeah, while there have been a dearth of Derby winners out of the Remsen, the 1-2 finishers 2 years ago comprised 2/3 of the Triple Crown.
And just nice to know that it's still a race that is producing live runners going forward into those Triple Crown races. I know we haven't seen one win the Derby in quite some time, but Early Roding and Mo Donegal ended up being pretty okay themselves. So certainly a race that can produce some live horses going into next year's Triple Crown races.
Well, we saw Zandon take a tough beat in it, right, as well. So we've seen some pretty good horses run well in this race, and Zandon obviously a terrific horse. Interesting race going forward. You've got just horses that are, sort of trying to get there, whereas Chris at a big price win in Nashua for Rick Dutrow, the $2.3 million Sierra Leone coming in for Chad Brown. I mean, can Where's Chris keep this going for Rick?
This was a nice win because this was a game effort for him to get by a horse in Bookham Dano, who was also stretching out in distance and really rebounding off of an effort where that one was able to defeat him. And I think he showed a different dimension here with some tenacity and really took a step forward mentally in this race to go by a horse that was very stubborn to his inside. And while he will be facing a tough full field going into the Remsen, I think that you certainly have to keep your eye on this one. And how about the Dutrow barn, just live horse after live horse going forwards and really keeping that momentum going following the Classic.
Yeah, you're leaving Rick's horses out at your own peril, and he really did improve. And listen, a lot of times these horses run these races, sort of say, where did it come from? You won't be able to run them again, and they often do. But the going's going to get tougher. I mean, I think you have two impressive maiden breakers for trainer Chad Brown, one of them being Sierra Leone, the $2.3 million sales topper from Saratoga the prior year. Domestic Product also, who was very impressive, and he wanted 1 1/8 in his maiden race, which I think is what Go for Gin had done. I believe he broke his maiden 1 1/8 before he went in the Remsen. I should call my good friend Nick Zito and find out. But Sierra Leone didn't take a lot of money in here, but he was the goods.
No, and this race didn't earn the highest number of all, but I think just the way that he was able to finish off this race and it being a starting point for him moving forwards. I mean, he always looked like he was going by the rest of this field, and it'll be interesting to see what sort of progression he takes in his next start as the distances and the company both stretch out as well. But that was a nice eye-catching debut from him.
He was green. I mean, he was lugging in at the 8th pole, and he just sort of cruised down there. Well, trainer Danny Gargan, who's had success in this race, I believe he won it last year, actually, with a horse that really didn't go on with it, but Dornoch the half to Mage, right?
Yes.
High hopes for him. Can he step up and be successful here? He ran a big figure breaking his maiden in this race.
He did, and you can still tell here he's green as well. He's all over the racetrack. He's not switching leads. He's lugging in towards the rail, and he's just so far ahead of the rest of the field that it doesn't really matter. And he showed quite a bit of promise on debut and then was able to try some stakes company over at Monmouth. Not successful there, but getting a big win over at Keeneland versus non-winners. And we'll see if he can step up to some horses that have entered the winner's circle before.
It's fun looking at these 2-year-olds and seeing them and seeing where they go as they go further. The Demoiselle, also the counterpart, the Remsen, at 1 1/8. Not necessarily going to be as big a field. We'll see how it works out. And a couple of Chad Brown runners in there coming off of maiden wins as well. But Maggie wants to talk about the winner of our Tempted as we head down to Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock for the first time.
And Andy, yeah, we'll see a rematch, or likely rematch, of the Tempted when we saw Shimmering Allure be able to grind out the victory. And she's one that I truly think is made for distances like the mile or the 9 furlongs that we'll see for her in the Demoiselle this coming Saturday. And she was able to run down Vina Rouge, who was attending the pace and more forwardly placed throughout. And she wasn't a horse that Vina Rouge going into the race that was necessarily on my radar, but once I saw her in the paddock, she's just really come to hand for trainer Tony Dutrow and has grown exponentially, gotten a lot stronger. She's gonna have to get more professional, obviously, as she lingered on that inside lead in this Tempted. I'm sure just kind of getting tired, but I wonder how they choose to ride her, if they choose to just kind of take back and make that one run with her, much like Shimmering Allure was able to do. And Shimmering Allure, at the end of the day, did put some real separation at the very end of that Tempted race. And she has a lot of seasoning that she brings to the table for Ken McPeak. So yeah, there's a lot of new shooters, Andy, ones that have just broken their maidens and are going on to face winners for the first time. But the Tempted Stakes, we'll see if that provides any value going in to the Demoiselle.
Yeah, I really like those races. I mean, they're fun windows into potential future stars. Nest, who won this race a couple of years ago with a wide trip. She obviously went on to be the 3-year-old champion the next year. And a great day of racing. Come out and join us here at the Big A. You can just take the A train out. No other track you can get to on the subway that I can think of outside of Auteuil in Paris. So if you're not in Paris, come to New York and come out and visit us for the Cigar Mile. A fun day and a rousing crowd as well, and always a fun day. 4 stake races headed by that Cigar Mile.
Yeah, excited to be here. You won't be. You'll be somewhere nice and warm, but I'll be enjoying it here with a nice crowd here on set.
I can't remember the last time I missed the Cigar Mile.
At least it's for something worthwhile.
No, I'm excited about going to Jamaica, but it's been a long time since I haven't been here for a Cigar Mile. A long, long time.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
This will be my first.
been coming out. And I believe when 49er won it in '88, I think it was run during the week.
Yeah.
So I actually believe, sadly enough, I used to actually work for a living back there.
Oh, God.
So the current slight favorite in here, the number 6, Chuck Willis in the paddock. And Chuck Willis making just his second start of his career on the dirt for David Jacobson.
Yeah, ran third on this surface in his dirt debut. It was an off-the-turf race, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not totally convinced that he is a better dirt horse than synthetic or turf, but at the same time, he doesn't really have to be against this field.
I mean, good ideas on the other side. The turf services, good races, he would win here. But, yeah, I think the question that's very odd, and somebody just made a big bet on Prince James. I wish them the best of luck. They're going to need it. Is whether or not Airport's going to come off this layoff and run well. He hasn't run in 4 months. On paper, though, he is the controlling speed, and I thought he ran sensational in defeat last time out, but the board is a little shaky on him right now. We'll see if that matters.
Yeah, I mean, he had a bunch of good races going to the bench as he was steadily dropping in class, but you have to worry off the voided claim and not seeing him for a little bit what we're going to get from him today.
Number 1 is Bourbon's Hope. Jose Gomez riding for Eduardo Jones.
A horse that used to be with the Linda Rice barn now goes second time out for Eduardo Jones, just facing a slightly better company last time.
Prince James moves up, coming off the claim, Wayne Potts, and Lane Luzzy looking for her second win.
A third last time out as the favorite. We'll see if he can be a little bit better today.
Louis Rivera's got one job to do on Airport, and that's to just come running out of the gate and try to get that lead and hope he can do the rest.
Absolutely, and shouldn't have too much of a fight on his hands about it. We'll see what everybody else decides to do.
Rounding out the field for David Jacobson and Isaac Castillo is Chuck Willis.
And of course, he was never going to get by last time as Print Tracks. We'll see what kind of position he gets into today.
I mean, it wasn't off the turf race last time, but at least they were actual dirt horses in the race. But as far as Airport, it was his last race. I know he hasn't won yet this year. He's got the 7 starts, but you go through and he's run well. I mean, this was a strong pace. The rail was good. The winner came through on the rail to get it done. I feel like he runs a similar effort to this race. He's going to win here. I guess you have to wonder, is he going to run this race off the layoff?
And I think that you always have to look at the voided claims and wonder, and I don't automatically dismiss horses because we don't know if it was something as simple as paperwork or something.
It's not usually paperwork. It's just something that may not be that relevant.
Right. Well,
we've seen him win a lot.
It doesn't necessarily mean that it's such a red flag in terms of determining what kind of performance they're going to bring to the table next time, but you always have to wonder if they're going to come back with a similar type of effort, and right now the betting public thinks maybe not.
Yeah, I'm surprised that both he and the 4 and the 6 are similar prices in the doubles. I imagine that by post time, Prince James will be a bigger price. I thought he was the worst to beat. I don't know where you went in this race. Did you pick him?
I did, and I mean, Prince James as that short of a price right now is just awfully tough for me to get behind. I know that he is switching barns, but a horse that just has the propensity to finish second and really did not run that well last time as the favorite.
I agree. I don't like him. I mean, listen, it's a 4-horse field. I picked him third. I don't get it. He couldn't get it done at 3-2 against Lesser for Linda Rice last time, and I don't really trust him. Maggie, you got some clever ideas in this race?
No, I really don't. As you were just talking about Prince James, he is a very tough horse to trust because he's a tough horse to trust in anybody's barn, in my opinion. And furthermore, he is one that does tend to look the part. He, honestly, of this 4-pack, looks best on the racetrack in the paddock. He is quite a cantankerous sort, though. I mean, he is like a kung fu samurai when it comes to trying to kick people, as he nearly got Lane Luzzy when he went to get a leg up. Luckily, Lane was quite spry and knew what may be coming. But again, on his form, he's just very untrustworthy. I will say, though, if it means anything, he does look fantastic, as he typically does on the track. Moving on to number 4 in here, that's a layoff runner. Now, I think you can surmise that this was likely a vet issue, given the time away, given the time it's taken him to work back, in which he does have those 4 workouts coming back into this race. He doesn't look as good as what he did over the summer in his coat, in his energy levels. Now, we do see Luis Rivera giving him a big warm-up. He needed it. He wasn't very awake out on the track, and I think keeping him moving as the likeliest pace setter in here is a good call. But again, just wish I saw the same horse I saw during the summer, and I'm not seeing it necessarily. Now, I am going to land on number 6, Chuck Willis. It's a little bit of a I'm not enthralled with pick. I wish he looked a bit better. Everything about him says turf sprinter, I'm not going to lie. But to his credit, and while it was an off-the-turf event last time, for the 32, it consisted of many confirmed dirt horses. So, and he ran better than some of them in there. He looks fine overall, kind of your typical Jacobson horse, carrying good weights, coat's okay overall. We'll see what he does. At least he draws outside with some tactical speed, Andy.
I agree, Maggie. I mean, I think we're all in agreement that if Airport doesn't get it done, that Chuck Willis is going to be the one that beats him, not Prince James.
I feel that way as well. I mean, who knows? There's only 4 horses, and I think that you could make the case that
none of them have. They're all have a chance.
They're not out of it.
Right.
And sometimes you have these more compact fields, and it's more cut and dry of who actually presents a real opportunity, at least on paper. But you do see differences in dynamics in these very short fields.
It hinges on whether or not Airport shows up. In my opinion, if he shows up with maybe even sort of at least 3 of his last 4 starts, it's highly unlikely he loses this race. He's the controlling speed, he's the one to beat. But as you say, avoided claim, and the avoided claims, when they come back sort of 4 months since his 4+ months since his last race. I looked up Rudy Rodriguez 2 to 4 month layoffs. Excuse me, 2 to 6 month layoffs. He is 20%, 2,523, $1.86 ROI, so his horses are being the takeout. They're not underperforming, particularly to their odds, and that was a good sign. I do not think it's a good sign that he is not favored in this race. I find it hard to believe. If somebody had told me that he wouldn't be favored today, I would say they either have a crystal ball or they're just wrong. And as of now, he's actually not favored, though I think he's a slight favorite in the double, and sort of where it is now, right?
Yeah, it's kind of exactly what we're seeing play out, and after this, only 1 leg to go before you can cash on that early pick 5. If you had the winner of the opener, you're hoping to just survive the rest of the way, because I think even with the logical results we've seen so far, you're looking at a pretty solid payoff.
No question about it. That is going to absolutely blow it up, so good luck to anybody alive. Horses heading into the gate, the favorite or co-favorite, second choice, Airport going in. There he goes. Chris Griffin with the call. Race number 4 here at the Big A.
Is in. All set. And they're off. Off a little awkwardly was Bourbon's Hope. Chuck Willis has got speed, and so does Airport, and these two in a pace duel immediately, and they fly early. Airport to the inside, and Chuck Willis neither giving an inch here and getting the right trip. That's Prince James. In the blue silks, who's going to stalk from third? The trailer, Bourbon's Hope. The front 2 go at it, 7-5 and 8-5, and they are head-to-head with less than 4 furlongs to go. 22 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. It's Airport to the inside with the nose in front. Chuck Willis right back here on the outside. They're still head-and-head. Bourbon's Hope starts to make up some ground with Prince James. They're well off the pace right now, but running into a hot tempo as Chuck Willis is trying to put away Airport. It's Chuck Willis who's taking the lead. Airport battles on towards the inside. Bourbon's Hope is in the clear. Also trying to run on Prince James, but running out of time. Chuck Willis feels the tune, and now Chuck Willis is opening up by 2. It's Chuck Willis with 1/8 of a mile to go. Bourbon's Hope and also Prince James, they're running on, but Chuck Willis is not stopping. Inside the final 16th, Isaac Castillo, Chuck Willis, they'll get the victory. It's all Chuck Willis. Bourbon's Hope second, then came Prince James and Airport in 1 minute 10 flat.
The money is just too smart sometimes, as Chuck Willis outbroke Airport was more comfortable in the fast pace, and was a facile winner with Isaac Castillo riding for David Jacobson.
And you knew that if you liked Airport, you were in trouble when he was being asked so much to keep pace with a horse that was just doing it more easily than he was early on towards the outside. He fought a little bit as we got to the top of the stretch, but he was done pretty early on, and Chuck Willis was able to win very comfortably in here with a little bit of excitement with Bourbon's Hope making up some ground in the later stages, but a very comfortable win for him.
And he survived a very quick pace that basically Airport was eased off of. He just couldn't keep up at all. He was much the best in winning this race. The money knew that Chuck Willis was getting it done, and the money, as it often is, was right in race number 4. Once again, hope you're still alive. Still alive. You're in that pick 5 with the first winner. We'll see how things play out. But Chuck Willis, the easy winner of race number 4, getting it done as the 7-5 favorite. Plenty more to come on America's Day at the Races.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Malafact. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Idiomatic. A huge performance all the way. A 1-2 moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curling, the classic sire.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by ABR, America's Best Racing, as we see Chuck Willis and Isaac Castillo heading into the winner's circle to be joined by the Connections after an easy winner, Sarah, of race number 4. Maggie Wolfendale with a special guest.
Here with owner Larry Roman. And Larry, Chuck Willis. Trivia question, who's Chuck Willis, the human version?
I don't know. I know Chuck. I have a friend, Chuck, but I don't know who the Willis is. I know he's Irish bred.
Well, Chuck Willis was actually not Irish at all. He was actually an R&B singer early back in the day. But
Those are your days. I'm too young for that.
love it. As Chuck Willis, the horse, he was very quick today, Larry. And when we saw that stalking, head and head from the outside, he just looked so comfortable.
Yes, and what we said was, Castillo, I didn't know if he was fast enough with the 1 and 4. So I said, maybe just tuck back in. He said, I'm fast enough. So I said, okay, you know the horse better. And he did a great job. I thought he'd get a little tired at the end, but there was really nobody who could close in the stretch, and he was strong. I think he was claimed, but that's the game that we're in. So we actually had him sold to somebody, and they backed off. So we said, we'll put him in here, we'll get a win, we'll get the purse, and we'll get more money.
That's what I was going to say. Is that often kind of the way you think about it when you're dealing with claiming horses? You can sell, but you don't get a purse at the end of the day when that happens.
That's exactly right. And, most of the people in this business we're like accountants, kind of like you figure it out. The purse is 55%, and then you take off the trainer jockey fee plus the claim price and everything like that, and it made sense for us. We didn't want to lose the horse. I didn't know the horse would run this good. I thought he would win, but I didn't think he would run this good. I'm hoping next race I have Street Swag. I'm hoping he's going to do it, and you'll do another interview.
I like that. So, well, he's one that could be quick, too, stretching out and getting against older company for the first time. It's kind of an interesting race.
Yes, it is, and our trainers think the horse is ready, but they've been wrong before, but I'll be betting him. I will be betting him, but not a lot.
Trainers know nothing at the end of the day, and hopefully you get a double here. Larry, congratulations, though, with this one.
Thank you, and Dylan Davis is a great rider. We have such great riders here, and also I just have to say, I gave you compliments and the whole staff last time, but also like the accounting department, everybody here. You go to other tracks, you win, you can't get your money. Here, 10 minutes later, the check is ready. Everything is great. I love racing in New York. And even though I'll race someplace else, I love this place.
Well, thank you, Larry.
Michigan.
Got the win yesterday, and always a win when we're doing business here in New York, as Larry said. If anything, we are efficient.
Just want you to know we didn't pay him for that advertising, but we should have. We appreciate those kind words from Larry Roman, who's been an owner in this game for quite a while. I was telling Sarah off camera about a horse he had named Lawrence the Roman a number of years ago with Rick Dutrow, who had run some impressive races here on the inner track. But nice to see him get the win, and we appreciate once again his kind words as race number 5 is coming up, closing out the early pick 5 and starting off the late pick 5 in a very pivotal race in the card. And right now, even though the 3 horses are similar prices in doubles, not so much in pick 3s, the number 6 for the Hot Barn, Rick Dutrow with Trevor McCarthy winning connection, is the favorite at 3-2.
It's going to be the lowest payoff in the pick 5, which will still be over $2,000. So certainly worth your while if you had the first winner.
Absolutely.
And short prices the rest of the way.
All right, you guys are getting rid of me. In fact, you're getting rid of me. I'll be coming to you from Caymanas Park in Jamaica with our friend Raji Mirage next Saturday. Otherwise, I'll see you guys on January 1st. But America's Day at the Race will continue. Greg Wolf stepping in. Stay tuned.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to continuing live coverage on FS2, America's Day at the Races for the Sunday card here in South Ozone Park, New York, presented in part by, yes, legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We got a late pick 5 coming up. Greg Wolf stepping in for Andy Serling with Sarah El Badwi. I get you for a couple of segments, including to kick off this late pick 5 in a good sequence coming up, including this featured 8th race. Yeah, we have a stakes quality field going forward into our 8th race today. It's actually a very good late double that we have available as we see some horses drop out of graded stakes, and Swiftsure is going to be one of them trying to wire the field. Yeah, that horse looks like he's going to be alone in front. Is he able to outlast and hang on and go gate to wire against this group? It's a very good group, as you mentioned. It's going to line up against him in this spot, including Unbridled Bomber and long shot Daydreaming Boy, who was a huge price when he's trying to get to Unbridled Bomber last time out. Last time Unbridled Bomber went a mile. Last couple of times it was in grade 3 company, and before that he ran a 99 buyer, just blew a field away by 9 lengths. He's one of those horses that I do really believe runs his best races on Lasix. He's going to be getting Lasix today. This isn't a graded stakes race. Able to outgame Daydreaming Boy to the wire to just win over that rival, but this was a compact field. He had an equipment adjustment that day, something amiss with his bridle that needed to be fixed in the paddock, so perhaps that maybe unsettled him a little bit, but a bigger field today, and hopefully he can get a little bit of a better setup. For both these two, cutting back to a mile is going to benefit them? I don't think it'll really harm them in any way, and I think that they should have at least some honest pace to chase after with Swiftsure. Looks like he's going to be alone in front. He is the one to catch, no question. He has become just a jet on the front end. And this is a look at him back on October 1st when he went gate to wire. And this is 2 starts ago for him when he was able to control things that day, earned a 98 buyer speed figure doing so, his career top that we had seen from him so far, and just a horse that's really improved over the last couple of starts for him when utilizing that early speed that he has as a weapon.
nothing wrong with trying a field like the 49er last time, a Grade 2 race, as we're going to see several of those horses try the Cigar Mile coming up next weekend.
Still, you see him fight for that win a couple starts back. It's going to be a lot better horses with better ability trying to close him and run him down today.
Yeah, I'm trying to beat him.
He's the 8-5 morning line favorite. Very competitive group coming up in our featured 8th race. Part of this late pick 5 that is just, 11 minutes away from a start. So get your tickets in as we get set for the start of the sequence coming up. You can play it all right there at Naira Bets. New members, $200 deposit match. New customer bonus. When you punch in that code, match200 at sign up on the app or right there at NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So our late pick 5 sequence on the Sunday card begins with this race, which is essentially non-winners at 2 lifetime spot. 1 turn mile for 3-year-olds and up, an 8-5 right now, Winning Connection for the Dutch Barn.
Yeah, just a horse that is going out for a barn that we've seen become so live, really, since that Breeders' Cup Classic win.
The coming out party. Well, I guess the Whitney was the coming out party, and it continued into the Classic. Let's head downstairs for more as we get set for this pick 5 coming up to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, this is one of those races where it's 3-year-olds or non-winners of 3. The thing is, though, is that the 3-year-olds in this group fit the other condition as well, as everybody's looking for that 3rd win of their career. As we'll check in with 2 of those 3-year-olds, including your favorite number 6, Winning Connection, as you guys are just saying. Feels like everybody jumping on the Rick Dutrow bandwagon, which rightfully so. Things have really heated up. The problem, though, with this horse is that he didn't run well last time, and it may have been the wet track, to be fair to him, because it just didn't look like he was handling it. He dropped well back on the backside, not handling the kickback, and then he went very wide to stay out of that around the turn with Trevor McCarthy. I do think he is a horse that is best suited when he can lay a bit closer, and I don't see too much speed in here, so hopefully they opt to keep him closer to the pace. But looking at him here in the paddock, he's not that typical kind of Rick Dutrow horse and carrying a lot of conditioning and really well muscled. He's a little bit of a slighter frame to him, honestly. He looks good in his coat and healthy in that respect, but just wish at a short price that he made a better impression overall. Now, a 3-year-old on the rail facing older horses for the first time is number 1, Street Swag, and he'll stretch out to this mile distance for only the 2nd time in his career. Now, the first time he did it, it was one of his faster races from a speed figure perspective, but he was a beaten favorite that day at Ellis and had things go his way, and that you wanted to be inside for the majority of the meet at Ellis, especially earlier on, and he was doing just that and was well beaten that day. I will say, as a son of Street Sense out of a Giants Causeway mare, there's every reason to believe that he actually should be better going the mile, and he looks like it physically. He's your typical Street Sense, dark bay, kind of long, tubular, even frame to him, and he matches up well with some of his older counterparts in here. It looks as though he's doing incredibly well too, so I thought he was a little bit intriguing for Mike Maselli as the horse that I ultimately want here, that has been consistent. And the thing with your current favorite Winning Connection is that he has one race that is as good as many of these horses have run consistently, and that's a 77 going back 2 previous connections back at Belmont in May with an off-the-turf race. So he's going to have to run better than what he has been and what he's been able to show. And a horse that's consistently kind of run the same good races is number 2, Anthracite in here for Dave Donk. I didn't like his effort 2 back, but that was on a wet track. And I thought maybe in hindsight, Jose Gomez would like a do-over in that starter allowance, in which the pace never really developed, and Dylan Davis aboard the winner Tenebris that day seized it and took over, a quarter of a mile into the race, and Anthracite was still being strangled back when he wanted to be forward. Today, let's get forward position on a horse that I liked his effort first time for this barn, looks the part here in the paddock. Greg, he would be my selection.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 7-2 Anthracite with Jose Gomez. We approach the 5-minute mark to post. Sarah's pick 5 ticket. You're going to be 3 deep in this first leg.
Yeah, I don't have any major knocks against the favorite, so I've included as well as Anthracite, a horse that Maggie mentioned. Should be forwardly placed. Fight Fiercely was able to win over a horse in Disappearance who came back to run well and win with basically the same number yesterday, so wanted to include him as well. Going forward, I'm trying to beat a couple of shorter prices in the next leg. I like Wicked Sight a little bit. Heading into today's feature, when we get to the 8th race, I think that Sheriff Bianco, he doesn't win that much, but he's a horse that always shows up with a consistent effort, and Unbridled Bomber as well. And then I think you have a big question to ask yourself in the last race on whether or not you think Goddess of Fire is going to come back with what she used to show on the racetrack. And I didn't want to totally rely on just her, so I threw in a couple of others as Dame Cinco. Being one of them, a bit of a price for the Dutrow Barn.
Yeah, Goddess of Fire offset September of last year. Grade 1 placed, obviously, in that Alabama. Sister to Mind Control, but reasons to play against. If she wins, though, kind of changes how you structure and play this pick 5 if you think she's going to win. So here we go. Here's Street Swag. First time facing older company for the 1.
Did run 3rd last time. Got a 68 Beyer speed figure doing so and takes a slight dip in class.
The one Maggie likes, Anthracite for David Donk.
He should be forward. He was just facing tougher horses last time. Maybe didn't appreciate the off-going. 2 back.
Counterfeit Currency stretching out. This has been a sprinter.
A horse that is stepping up in class, unlike some others that are taking a little bit of a drop.
Huge price on the Cobbler for Neville Henry.
Returns to the dirt. 3rd off a layoff for him. Can be forward.
The Dutrow Barn on Winning Connection ran a very big figure relative to this group last start.
Very true, and maybe he didn't appreciate the off-going, so could have possibly even run better than that.
7-1's a big number on Fight Fiercely.
Yeah, way too big of a price, and bettors might be thinking that he won't be showing up today with what he did last time. If he does, might be tough in here.
Strong Light, Romero Mirage. He got a good figure from well off the pace last start.
Oh, just a horse that really does pick up a lot of pieces, but does come from far off the pace.
This horse in 2 starts has shown 0 ability on dirt. I'm surprised he's even 10-1.
And just a horse that really seems to do his better running on the turf, and one that will be going 3rd off the layoff as well.
So 4 minutes away from the start of this late pick 5 coming up. Here is Fight Fiercely. 7-1 right now. Ruben Silvera for the Rudy Rodriguez barn. He comes in off a win, and the horse who was just behind him last start, Disappearance, came back and won at the same 25 non-winners at 2 condition this race was.
And just a horse that has been really consistent lately. I mean, that 70 wasn't a big jump up from a start ago for him when he was against a really decent field in the starter allowance race behind Forced Ranking and American Law, as well as Garuvan. I mean, just a horse that has 3 races really back to back to back that all would make him a player in this spot. And as you mentioned, we did see Disappearance come and win by the barest of noses yesterday over Ice Road.
And Disappearance was rolling late. I mean, he was about to inhale that horse, and he did just pass the wire. But yeah, he kept his good form and came back and won. I like this horse, though, in that performance last time out. I'm surprised he's this number.
Do you look at this and think something must be up, or do you think we're just getting a really good price?
I'll tell you after the race. You never know.
Only we could all do that.
Look, sometimes it's a bad sign. Sometimes people just miss it. There's a lot of options, though, in this race.
That's true.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll pick up on Fight Fiercely in here, who, unlike you guys, I didn't really like on paper. But for him, he actually behaved incredibly well. We were actually joking with the Paddock judge earlier. He said, I asked Patrick Davis, who is our Paddock judge, how is he doing? He said, oh, you know, it's just your typical crazy Sunday. And he has had all of his proverbial bad actors assembled in the paddock for pretty much every race. Strange Fruit, Higher Quality, this guy here in Fight Fiercely. But he was good today. They saddled him as they typically do with the pony. He didn't go over the top, and he actually has warmed up quite nicely and very focused out on the track too, and moving well. So I think he's going to have to up his game a bit as he steps up a condition, but at least he's in the right mind frame and doing well to be able to do so, and a generous 7-1. Right to his outside is number 8, Strong Light, who has gradually picked up and kind of improved his recent form as of late for Willie Youngins, and Romero Mirage seems to fit him quite well and have a lot of confidence with him. Now, he was a big price last time, but he was able to get to 3rd place, and I just feel like a horse that is doing well, is happy, and kind of just putting it all together. Again, taking a little bit of a step, up in class, but he seems to be up for the challenge, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Minute to post here coming up. And again, however you're playing this Pick 5, and there's many different ways to play these multi-race wagers. But one of the big questions for anybody probably playing, again, comes in that last race with Goddess of Fire, who's been off since September of last year for Pletcher. Do you think she's beatable? Because she's going to be a very short price.
I think it just needs to really depend on what your opinions are elsewhere. Because if you have a ticket that has the favorite in this race with a horse like Winning Connection, if you have a horse like Monroe, who's going to be a short price for the Pletcher barn in one of the other legs, if you have Swiftsure and then you have Goddess of Fire, you're not going to make it worth your while if all of those horses are successful, unless you're really set on those horses being sort of the only ones that you use and you up your base wager. So I think that you have to have some sort of price somewhere else, or find one of those favorites that you think is beatable within the sequence if you're going to include a horse like her who, if she comes back and she's ready to go, she should win. But it's not as though she's facing a total bunch of nobodies for a return race.
Did win her debut as well, so gives you some confidence she'll be ready to go off the bench. We'll see. That is going to be the race that closes out this Sunday card as we get set for this first leg of the Pick 5, as we're up and over the $200,000 mark here in this sequence. It's been favoritism to Winning Connection for the Rick Dutrow barn pretty much throughout, and probably a repeat of that last effort. At least this horse is going to be right there with that kind of an effort.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, bettors have it right with this one as far as thinking that he fits with a group like this, and his last couple of starts have been decent. I mean, I think you could argue two-back he was facing tougher horses, going the 7 furlongs in that starter allowance, and then just in a more logical spot last time, and now perhaps getting onto a dry track today, going the mile versus company that might at least be similar to what he faced last time. He has a big shot.
Yeah, I misspoke earlier, too. Essentially, no one in this field, they're all two-time winners, so non-winners are 3 life, basically everybody in this spot, including your favorite, Winning Connection. Trevor McCarthy for Dutrow, down to 9-5 favoritism. As we go upstairs and kick things off in the Pick 5, here's Chris Griffin.
Counterfeit Currency, Strong Light goes in. The Cobbler, Mighty Meister. Isn't. All set. And they're off. Good break from Counterfeit Currency in between horses at the rail. Street Swag. There's Anthracite in the early mix as well. And in between horses, there is the Cobbler. It's the Cobbler who now puts a nose in front. Tightly at the rail is Street Swag. Anthracite is in the pink cap. In tight is going to be Counterfeit Currency. Joining them is Winning Connections as they come out of the chute. The Cobbler is the target. They get tightly bunched here as they hook up with the backstretch. There's going to be Mighty Meister up on the far outside. It's going to be 5 wide in that group. Second to last is going to be Fight Fiercely. And far back, that's the trailer. Late running, Strong Light. 23.43 for the opening quarter mile. The big long shot, the Cobbler's got the lead. Street Swag with the rail opening here. And Street Swag has now put a nose in front of the Cobbler, who's back to second. Winning Connections on a tight hold here. Loose Rein on third is 3 wide. And Anthracite is tightly at the rail in fourth. In between horses, Counterfeit Currency, Isaac Castillo now starts to shove this one. Starts to move forward from the 5th spot there with the outside run from Mighty Meister. At the back, that's Fight Fiercely. And still far back is Strong Light. 46-3 for that half-mile time, and the Cobbler is back in front. The Cobbler at a big number is in front by a length, and the Cobbler sprints for home. Street Swag is trying to hang in there. Winning Connection out in the center of the racetrack. Anthracite with some clear running room. This 46-1 shot is up by 2. The Cobbler is trying to run away from the field. Winning Connection up on the outside is trying everything to catch the big number. It is still the Cobbler finding plenty. The Cobbler with a 16th to go is still 2 lengths in front. The Cobbler, Winning Connection. Anthracite is chasing. The Cobbler is almost there. The Cobbler at a big price. The Cobbler gets it done over Winning Connection. Then Anthracite looked like Street Swag trying to hold on for 4th. Over to oncoming Counterfeit Currency. Final running time, 1 minute 36-4. The Cobbler is 46-1.
And we have a carryover in the Pick 6, just like at the Cobbler. Wow, Richard Mitchell, aggressive early, and it pays off.
Yeah, I mean, went forward and had a plan with this horse, wanting to be on the lead, and nobody really pushed him too much, at least through the first quarter of a mile. You saw Street Swag try to come up the rail and be competitive, put that one away very comfortably. And it seemed like Winning Connection was sitting a perfect outside stalking trip, but just could not get by this huge price. And congratulations if you were able to pick the winner of the first race at a huge price, as well as this one for a nice early pick 5 score.
Almost $88,000 in the early pick 5. Yeah, with these two monster prices, bookending things. Cobbler really tough. Won the final horse. It was 66 to 1, 77 to 1 the last couple of starts, and had done very little running, but was taking a huge drop in class actually. 5, 6, 2, 1. Got to the front and able to keep on going at a huge number.
Yeah, I'm a little mad because I was interested in him last time on the turf, since he actually had quite a bit of turf pedigree, but finds his friends today and finds the front end and just keeps on going.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Good handicapping, whoever put that together.
Absolutely.
And very few still alive. Now, in the late pick 5 that begins right here, long way to go, but good luck. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back prices with this 46 to 1 upset here in the 5th when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Speightstown. Munnings. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 Sunday coverage from Aqueduct, and some fireworks to kick off the card. And now here in race 5 to end the early pick 5 and begin the late pick 5 with a 46 to 1 shot. The cobbler, Richard Mitchell, on board this hard one to figure for the upset score. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
My favorite part about this job is getting to talk to people that you don't often get to talk to, or for the first time. And so glad to talk to Richard Mitchell here. And Richard, you were so intent on getting this horse to the lead, and wow, it paid off.
Yeah, well, this horse is more like a turf horse. So the best thing is to put him in front that the sun don't hit him. So I tried to ride him as much as possible, and from the trees I started to tease him away and said, let's go up the top of the stretch, and he did kick in.
He did. I was wondering if he was going to have anything, left as he was stretching out a bit here to the mile. And you'd ridden him before. Yeah. Were you confident in him getting this distance?
Yeah, I read the farm, and I see not more speed in the race. So I say, if I go in front, I'm going to just relax him. And from the 3/8, I'm going to ask him and see what he had. And he did really give me something there.
Well, we'll be showing some racing from Jamaica next Saturday. You're a native of Jamaica. Tell us a little bit about yourself. You came here in 2014, right?
Yes, 2014. Yes, I migrated 2014. But where I come, Atlanta, Georgia. The track wasn't there. So the first track I go is Golden Gate, California. So I ride for Quentin Miller. And I win for him, but I didn't really like down there, so I come back to Florida. And there I start to ride and, win a couple races. And then I come to Mammoth, and then I come here, so all over.
Well, your laughter, your infectious joy, that's for sure. How much do you love riding races?
Man, I've been doing this from age 14, and I'm 51 now. So it's like 37 years. But these riders over here, I like them. They compose, they look out for each other. I ride against these riders. I'm happy because I learn from them. Yeah. They're gorgeous, So these riders, to compete with these riders, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure for me to ride against them because they're awesome.
Well, it's been a pleasure for me to talk to you, and you are living proof that you're never too old to learn new things, and you're never too old to win races, right?
That's true, so true.
Richard, congratulations here today.
You're welcome, I appreciate it.
All right, Richard Mitchell, so fun to catch up with him, and a big win. You're delivering a great ride aboard the Cobbler, Greg.
Maggie, don't let him get away without getting some tips for Andy, a Jamaican native. Tell him the best places to go. Andy heading there, of course, next week. And Richard Mitchell, over 600 wins at Caymanas Park in Jamaica. He might be the only rider alive with more metal in his body than the man who's stepping on the set in a minute, Richard Migliore. He had said he had so many spills and injuries. He likes to ride in warmer weather. He doesn't really come to cold weather tracks anymore because he gets too sore with all that, but he pays off coming here with a $95 winner.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, right choice to make today, right? Suffer a little bit in the cold, but get home a 46-1 shot with a very decisive ride and great handling of the Cobbler in doing so. And what a positive attitude that he brings to the interview that he just did. And really just, you can tell the joy that he has for the game.
Great to see, with a rare opportunity here on this circuit for him to get that win. Race 6, late pick 4. First allowance condition race coming up, and Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables with Manny Franco. Virtual reality coming in for the first start since late September. Even money favorite, and the only time this filly sprinted, she won. It was her debut at 7 furlongs.
Yeah, just a horse that is a little tough to trust at the short price that she is, but certainly has the credentials to be favored going forwards. And if you're live in this late pick 5, it really doesn't matter what happens now, right?
Just finish, close. That's what matters. Get 4 more wins. Good luck to you if you are still alive, but if you're not, don't worry, there's a pick 4 coming up.
Exactly.
Mig stepping in for Sarah. Fun, short and sweet, but it was fun.
Yes.
Have a great weekend. We got
as well.
A lot more coming up. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, he's got the even money favorite here, Chad Brown. Strong start to this meet. 25% win percentage. He's doubled up on the next closest pursuer for this training title, and already over $1 million in earnings at the meets. We'll be back.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Gainesway encompasses 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky. The property includes the former Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm and is home to Tappet. Tappet has emerged as one of the most influential and breed-shaping stallions of the past half-century.
Well, Tappet has been an absolutely amazing horse for us, probably the best horse that's ever been at Gainesway for over 100 years. He's made us look really good at Gainesway.
Tappet's shoulders are broad. He's really taken Gainesway to a new level. He's just made us appreciate what a horse like him can do for the farm. He's
Produced incredible runners year after year after year. You had Flightline, who's one of the best horses I've ever seen in my whole life.
It is Flightline. It is spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like Breeders' Cup Classic win.
We're happy that he's still going strong, but it just reminds us that we'd love to find a horse remotely as good to fill his shoes. And this is Mr. Beck's goal, to increase our chances at that and bring more horses into syndicate structure.
Gainesway roster's a young, up-and-coming roster. Clearly we have Tappet as the anchor, but we've got Olympiad, Drain the Clock as new horses. We've got McKenzie, Spun to Run, Raging Bull, all have weanlings or yearlings still. It's a young roster with full of possibilities.
I'm so happy we took a shot on McKenzie. He's rewarded our faith in him so far. He's bred full books for 3 years at stud, which is kind of rare these days. And his first crop of weanlings were very well accepted at the sales. We think he's got a big shot. We're really excited to see what he's going to do.
Gainesway strives for excellence, both on the racetrack and in the sales ring. Its general manager, Brian Graves, grew up around promising thoroughbreds. Brian's father, Bill, longtime Fasig-Tipton vice president, introduced him to the game.
I think our success with Fasig-Tipton was grown organically. So when I came to Gainesway in my early 20s, one of my driving desires was to create a consignment business. And so naturally, my father and I would work together. And I discovered the magic of Saratoga during those early years and what kind of horse can thrive there.
Now that's what the Tappets are supposed to look like, just like his dad, who of course is the leading sire in North America and has held that position pretty much since his first full crop hit the racetrack.
Gainesway's always tried to focus on quality, whether it be our sale consignments or the stallions we bring in. It's Mr. Beck's idea that we should focus on quality, and we try to help our clients achieve as much success as possible, and I get a big kick out of that.
Back with you on our FS1 coverage, Sunday card from Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park, New York. As we get set for the Late Pick 4 coming up here at Aqueduct. Greg will joined by champion jockey Richard Migliore. Good to have you on the desk as we get set for the Final Four on the Sunday card.
Yeah, we've had some big long shots come in, a little bit of a mixed bag, but this time of year at Aqueduct, we'll see that. You'll get some prices in here. You got to have a little imagination. I'm glad to be up here on the desk with you. Quite a bit warmer. My heart goes out to Maggie down in the paddock. It had started to drop the temperature, and it always seems like she gets the short end of it. I get lucky. I kind of get out before the weather starts turning.
She braves the elements, and yeah, we're better for it. None of us could probably handle it. We talked about we had Richard Mitchell just win that race. He talked about never wanting to ride at cold weather tracks anymore because he has so much metal in his body from all his injuries.
It becomes a factor. Over time, it became a factor to me, but I will say this, and I'll stick by it. It is always warm in the winner's circle.
It really is. I'm sure after a 46-1 shot as well. This is a very short price favorite in here. Virtual Reality for Chad Brown. She's been off since September. The only time sprinting. Again, it was her debut back in May of this year. She was a winner that first time out. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, guys, I think I'm okay because at least as of now, I don't have any metal in my body. In fact, the only part of me that's cold right now is holding the metal mic. So, yeah, Richie, it's better that I'm out here and you're up there, as we'll check in with your heavy favorite. That's Virtual Reality. If she wins, I lose. I don't like this filly. I feel like this is like a desperation move. They've literally tried everything before the next stop is Drop Town. She doesn't really look like a sprinter, as this is the shortest she's going to go at this 6.5 furlongs. So And furthermore, she's never really filled out. She's one that is a bit slighter framed. She just doesn't really match up against some other horses in here that I think make a good deal of sense. Like I said, am I going to be shocked when she wins? No, absolutely not. These connections win all the time, but I don't like her in this spot, and I feel like that's a horrible price to take her at. As number 4 in here, Kitten's Appeal, she'll return off of a layoff, but arguably she's faced some of the best horses, and looking at her, I like what I see as this race kind of crying out for somebody to be forward in here. And I think she could be the one controlling everything, as she is sharp with this comeback for Bruce Levine. She comes in here as a fresh horse. She's incredibly well muscled. She's broad and brawny and just looks strong for this return to the races. So I like what I'm seeing from Kitten's Appeal here today. And then Andy Serling and I were talking earlier about these Kelly Breen horses for George Hall et al. Going to Rudy Rodriguez. We saw one improve yesterday. And Desert Dalliance, she is coming in here off of a very disappointing effort. And dynamically, she is up against it because, like I said, it doesn't feel as though there's a lot of pace for her to close into, and that's how she wants to do her running. But so often we do see Rudy put a little bit more speed into his horses, and this filly looks completely different than the last time I saw her, which albeit was here in the springtime. She's a lot more defined. She's a lot more tucked up. And while she's never really grown, I like the fact that they've ultimately made the decision to keep her shorter. I think shorter is better for her. She's really on the muscle, which is a good sign, I think, too. And she's one I'm going to watch with interest. We'll see if Rudy can get her back to her better efforts, because Greg Tuback, she has a race that makes her very logical in this spot.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Maggie. That was at Parks 2 starts back for this filly we're looking at here. That race 2 back would obliterate this field. Can she produce it here, though, in New York? Obviously, she didn't back it up next time at Laurel.
I mean, she does have a win here at Aqueduct, a second and a third, so she's shown that she can handle the Aqueduct surface. Parks is a funny track. Some horses really, really handle it and excel on it, and some horses just don't. They kind of spin their wheels. So it'll be interesting to see if she can replicate that kind of effort.
And, you know, back to the favorite, virtual reality, it's just connections. Why she's taking so much money. She should not be this short a price, should she?
I don't think so, and I'm on board with Maggie. It just feels like they've been experimenting, trying to find her whole card.
This was first time out, so this was the debut. Again, the only time she was sprinting in her career was 7 furlongs, and she won as a favorite at first asking.
Yeah, and listen, she had to work very hard to do it. She beat a filly named Risk Free, who still has to yet break her maiden. I think she has like 12 seconds at this point. Now, Risk Free has ability, but she also seems like a very polite horse. No, after you, I'll allow you to go ahead and get your picture taken. So, it wasn't like she was running down a winning profile type of horse.
Well, back to the only thing she's been successful at, and that's sprinting. We'll see how she fares here. 8-5 right now. Manny Frankel will be aboard, the daughter of Cloud Computing, who brought Chad Brown his first ever win in the Triple Crown Series.
Strong connections. I think that's why she's taken as much money as she is, and she is 1-for-1 sprinting on dirt.
Wicked Sight. Trevor McCarthy aboard at 13-1.
I actually think 13-1 is too big a price for her. I thought her last race was okay.
Carragate has been in the money in 11 of 16 starts.
Yes, earned over $270,000, and again, not one that has an overwhelming winning profile.
This was the morning line favorite. I thought the one to beat. She goes turf to dirt, Kitten's Appeal.
This is who I was interested in. I just think the last turf race kind of muddies up her form a bit.
7-year-old mare here. This is Mongolian Panther.
Yeah, and she has races certainly good enough. Her race, on an off racetrack or a good racetrack, 3 back would win us.
Philly went by the 6, had that big effort we talked about at Parks, 2 starts back, and then here's a will away.
Would be a surprise, but we've been surprised a couple times today.
So let's go back to Kitten's Appeal. 5-2 morning line favorite here. And she's tackled some good company. She was 3rd, beat less than 2 lengths on this track against Funny How, who turned into a really good one for a while. This is back on January 29th, and this was a near miss against Hot Fudge.
Yeah, but you think about Hot Fudge and, how well she has competed here on the New York circuit. there's no hot fudges in this race. I think hot fudge would be, as short a price as you could be in this race. I like the fact that, yes, she's dealing with a layoff, but I like the fact that she has a steady string of 5 furlong works until her last work, which was just a maintenance half and 50. Once trainers have the horse where they want, they don't have to do anything fancy. Let's just keep them where we're at. I really like the 4 Kittens appeal here. And full disclosure, successful appeal, definitely a dirt sire. They tried the turf. Horse that had a lot of grit, a lot of determination. I actually won the Cowden on him a lifetime ago.
You have better recall for, not just wins and losses. Tough defeats, everything. You remember every single mount you had almost.
Almost. That's the only thing I can remember, Greg, is horses. I can't remember people's names, birthdays, anniversaries, but horses.
The important stuff you got.
Yeah.
Kittens appeal. It's interesting to find out who you think's going to get to the lead in this race, because it is not clear cut, and it potentially could even be her.
She has speed, and she's going to be fresh, and she's shown the ability to win from on the pace or just off the pace, so it gives her options. I don't see anybody outside of her that can outfoot her. Do you think the 2, Wicked Sight, who showed better speed last time on what I thought was a tepid pace, I think Kitten's Appeal makes the lead here.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, she is fastest on Timeform US pace figures, and she was acting the sharpest too, Kitten's Appeal. I'm going to take her here, though I do think Mongolian Panther could be more aggressively handled this time around than what she was in her last race, where I thought it was kind of a passive decision to let Give Me Kisses just inherit and assume the lead from the gate, and she was kind of taken back, and she never looked comfortable while tracking behind that pace and on the inside. In fact, she came around the turn on her outside right lead, and for me that's always, well, hinting at a horse getting tired and not really handling the distance, but for her, I think it was more of a comfortability factor in that she just was uncomfortable being down on the rail. Now, she looks great again, much like she did last time. It'll be interesting to see how they handle her yet again, as we'll move on to a big long shot who also comes out of that race. Seems to be the theme of the day. Not saying that we're going to get another one right off the bat again, but number 7, A Will Away, she made a bold move into that lead while going very wide around the turn that day, and she was coming off a bit of a layoff as well, in addition to your winner and Give Me Kisses, who albeit had the run of the race, and then she just got tired, rightfully so. She also didn't look that fit that day. Today, she's far more defined. She really looks as though she benefited from that start. And maybe if she gets, well, forward position earlier, or if she's ridden a little bit more patiently, the results might fare a bit better. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. Minute to post. Late pick 4 coming up, a 46-1 beginning to this late pick 5. We've had a couple of results. Opener on the card too. Massive price that was very hard to find. So it's been that kind of Sunday to this point.
Well, it has been, and that's why I think you really have to take notice when Maggie points out a 24-1 shot. That last race was actually better than it looks on paper, and we've seen this historically. This time of year at Aqueduct, you get horses that maybe look best on paper, but maybe they're over the top. They're just starting to lose their form, where other horses maybe are starting to round into form. It's kind of a transitional time period this time of year. We get into November, heading into December, and historically we've seen big prices score this time of year.
Still, public keeping with this one here, mainly because of the connections, and obviously a major player in the race, but should not be as short a price as she is. But we'll see if she can get it done here off a short layoff here, getting back to sprinting. Can't fault connections. They wanted to see if she'd be more effective going longer. Was not the case. And now still trying to get through this first allowance condition back at 6.5 furlongs.
Yeah, I agree with you about the price. I actually thought the 4 could wind up favorite. They've obviously drifted a bit closer. The 5 Mongolian Panthers taking money. Virtual Reality's got to overcome the rail. There's not a lot of pace in here. I don't think she's fast enough to go ahead and lead them from the inside, but So not only is she going to have to, I think, be a little bit faster, she's also going to have to work out the trip.
Meets leading rider on board. It's been a great start for Manny Franco. Chad Brown, as we talked about in that last break, dominant start to this meet, winning at 25%. Already at this meet, over $1 million in purse earnings.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible what, Chad continues to do. And Manny Franco, this will be the 3rd year that he's leading rider for the entire year in the state of New York. That's a huge accomplishment.
And he's just about locked. It's almost impossible to catch at this point. Set for the 6th, kicks off our late pick 4. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Mongolian Panther, Desert Dalliance, A Will Away. Is in. All set. And they're off. Desert Dalliance has early speed. Desert Dalliance right out to the front. Host of pursuers as Kitten's Appeal from in between horses assumes command. Kitten's Appeal's got the lead, is up by a half length. Desert Dalliance to the outside, now back to second. Wicked Sight, hard ridden here at the rail in third. Moving up A Will Away is out in the center of the racetrack, is now challenging and taking that 3rd spot. Under a tight hold, Isaac Castillo with Mongolian Panther now in 5th, right in behind the battling trio. Virtual Reality is second to last, and the Triller is Carrigate. 22.47 for the opening quarter mile, and to the inside it's Kitten's Appeal. No easy leads though. Desert Dalliance is back for more up on the outside. A Will Away is following that move. Mongolian Panther also in pursuit from the 4th spot. Under a full drive still Wicked Sight. Virtual Reality still has 5 to make up, and the Triller is Carrigate. 45-3 for that half-mile time, and Desert Dalliance trying to put away Kitten's Appeal. It's Desert Dalliance with the lead. Here comes Mongolian Panther, who drifts out here into the center of the racetrack, but does have some momentum. But Desert Dalliance is still finding plenty in the late stages. Desert Dalliance is still 3.5 in front. Mongolian Panther is just making up some mild ground right now as they approach the 16th pole. Desert Dalliance, Mongolian Panther, these two down to the line. Desert Dalliance, much the best. Desert Dalliance gets the win over Mongolian Panther. Then came Kitten's Appeal, holding off that late run from Virtual Reality in 1 minute 16.4.
That out-of-town form translates here to New York for Desert Dalliance. Moving to the Rudy Rodriguez barn with Jose Gomez.
Yeah, I mean, you and Maggie both pointed out that race from Parks 2 back, and this was a nice effort. Not only did she do the dirty work keeping Kitten's Appeal honest, these were fast fractions, 45-3 on this day, 10 and change. So not only did she put away Kitten's Appeal, she had more than enough left to hold off Mongolian Panther. And it's really interesting watching Jose Gomez ride, and the way he's finishing, you could really see the influence from his agent and mentor, Angel Cordero Jr. He is really gotten so much stronger and finishes with such a nice hand ride, and really has put it together. You see the maturity physically, mentally, and this was a really nice effort. First start for the Rudy Rodriguez barn.
Is he carrying over those same lessons on the pickleball court? Because Angel Cordero Saratoga's out there every single day working on that pickleball game.
Angel loves pickleball. He's invited me to the house to play pickleball several times. I haven't taken it up on it. I have to do that. If Angel, you're watching, I apologize.
Next summer, Saratoga.
But Angel loves to have you come to the house, and then he'll put on a video of him beating you in a photo finish. Never comes up with the ones who beat him.
Yeah, I understand why you haven't been there. 6-5, 4-1, 6-1 shot. Desert Dalliance after a 46-1 shot. Starts off the late pick 5. This one a little more logical. 3rd win from 13 career starts for this 4-year-old filly. And yeah, Jose Gomez, we're continuing to see the evolution of this Eclipse Award winner's top apprentice.
Not an easy transition to go from a hot apprentice to a journeyman. You're playing on a level field, if you will.
6-1 shot starts off the late pick 4. Prices from this victory by Desert Dalliance when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
For the last few years, thoroughbred racing has been taking vital steps to make our sports safer. These include the use of independent veterinarians who check every horse before every race, strict anti-doping and medication controls with severe punishments for violators, uniform safety standards for every track, and a single national authority empowered to create reforms and enforce new standards across the board. With each important measure, more data is gathered, accountability is demanded, and while we've made progress, we are committed to doing more, so that at every track, in every race, safety takes the lead. Visit ntra.com/safety for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Sunday coverage on FS1, America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Jose Gomez and this filly moving to the Rudy Rodriguez barn. And now she's 1 for 1 with Rudy, winning here at 6-1. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
I'm learning all about the Rodriguez family here at the Big A. Here with Rudy Rodriguez. Your wife is spying on us over there.
Yeah, she's working on, you know, she's looking for money.
She's waiting. After the big win, she's waiting to get paid. No, I'm kidding.
I don't know about pay.
Let's talk a little bit about Desert Dalliance. That showed a lot more speed today, Rudy, which I think, you know, resulted in the win ultimately.
You know, she's a very difficult filly to train. She's, we've been putting a lot of work on. Me and there's a size Pinky, you know Pinky. So me and him working up. He's another filly like Beautiful Karen. Me and him gallop with the pony, and then, you know, we're trying to put the speed back on. I know she's got talent. And we just thankful that the owners give us the opportunity, and we know we can do the job, that's for sure.
When you say difficult, do you mean that she's a little bit of a runoff type?
Yes. She is, believe me, I tried to gallop a couple times myself, and I could, but I don't want to do that no more.
Well, she is a tough one, too, because she's small. She doesn't have much neck. I feel like those ones, you have nothing to hold on to.
Nothing to hold on, but, you know, she settled with the pony so nice, and you know, when you see like that, even the one yesterday, Pinky probably is licking his lips because yesterday he you know, we work good together, and we try to get along, and he enjoyed his job, and I enjoy my job too. So we're trying to do the best we can.
Well, Rudy, ponies, stable ponies, worth their weight in gold?
Listen, I got 3. Yeah. I got 3, and they all work very hard. You know, but we're trying to do the best we can, but I love them. We never have them with Bobby. When I work for Rick, we never have a pony. But, you know, right now it's working for us. A lot of the horses, especially the fillies, they kind of more petite and more difficult.
I wish I could say more like you, just stick to it. More
like me too. More like me. So, but, you know, we like the challenge, and we work. We try to do the best we can, and it's paying off.
It really is, Rudy. Congratulations, your big win with Desert Dalliance.
Thank you so much, Mike.
And guys, he referenced Pinky a lot, who is your quintessential racetrack character. I can only imagine what state he's in after these 2 big wins here at the Big A, guys.
Pinky's got some celebrating to do. Rudy Rodriguez always so positive And it's great to see him in the winner's circle. But no matter, you can't tell if he's winning or losing. He always got a smile on his face.
No, he stays upbeat, very high energy, hard worker, gets on a lot of horses in the mornings, and he puts the time and the work ethic in, and there's the results.
Tell you what kind of day it's been. You saw that pick 3, 2,200 plus in the pick 3. That's what a $95 horse will get you. Late pick 5, if you were still alive to this point, we wish you the best, but there's still a long way to go with a $95 winner to kick it off. Next up is a 1-turn mile. Non-winners of 2 lifetime for fillies and mares 3 and up, and it's Monroe for Todd Pletcher. Turf to dirt, current 9-5 favorite.
Does it feel a little bit like what we saw last time when we kind of identified that your favorite, the one virtual reality, maybe was getting overbet? It feels the same way to me here. Again, top high-profile connections. Todd Pletcher, Manny Franco again, but I don't see this filly as a favorite.
She's done nothing to make herself that warranted 9-5 favoritism in this field. I agree with you. We'll talk more about it, though, when we come back from a timeout. We will talk big weekend coming up. Cigar Mile Saturday. Chad Brown looking to send 3 out, including Dr. Ardito. Big effort. The grade 2 49er just missing against Ever So Mischievous from way off the pace.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blame continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. I'm at a period 85, 85, 85, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs. His stakes producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Tonal is still with a lot to do and full of mine at the back. And now they're moving for the head of the stretch. Private Zone holding on to the lead here. And it's Matru, Mashawish on the far outside. Red Vine in behind as they pass the 3/16 pole. Private Zone challenged here by Matru and Mashawish. Mashawish on the outside and Matru. Those two are right together. Tonalist is putting in a big late run. And Red Vine is splitting horses. The 4 of them come down to the line. Look like Tonalist got there.
Huge late run, overcoming a slow pace for Tonalist in the 2015 Cigar Mile, made up 4.5 furlongs in the final quarter mile that was run in 24.10. Not bad.
A horse that had the stamina to win the Belmont Stakes, but also had enough turn of foot, enough speed to be able to get it done going a mile. This is a really nice effort, and Johnny Velasquez seemed to just fit him like a glove.
What a performance. And he just edged out his stablemate in a photo for that win. That was Red Vine for the victory on a pretty nice exacta finish in the Cigar Mile for Christophe Clement, his first Cigar Mile victory. Pretty good horse, Tonalist. Won the Peter Pan and became a star after that.
Yeah, I mean, again, the ability to get a mile and a half, but have enough brilliance to get the mile for Robert Evans, who has been breeding and owning top-class racehorses for as long as I can remember, as long as I've been in the game.
Well, take a look at some of the probables that are expected to line up next Saturday at the Cigar Mile. And Chad Brown looking at sending 3 to the race. Accretive, Cascais. A little surprising that one showing up, but he must believe that one has the ability. And of course, Dr. Ardito, who we talked about going to break, who ran very good in that 49er, just missing against Ever So Mischievous.
Yeah, and listen, Ever So Mischievous, you got to give him high marks because he handled, you know, pressure. He set just off a long shot swift short, but the middle of the race really heated up. They went a half in 45 and 4, 109 and change, and he was very game. You know, got it done under Christian Torres. Dr. Ardito, your typical honest Dr. Ardito effort. He shows up, he lays it down, and he comes with a relentless run. And you see the 4 horses that are there in the frame now were there. He's the only horse really making up ground late, and you know, just misses, ran down his stablemate Accretive, but everybody else had their position and kind of held their position. He was the only one that really closed ground.
He was a horse, too, that, you know, he didn't have that big breakthrough win at one point, but he reeled off 6 wins in a row at one point in his career.
I like horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking. And if you show up every time and do your job to the best of your ability, you're going to have success, and I like him. He's just an honest racehorse.
7 wins from 12 career starts with a couple of runner-up finishes, over $430,000 in earnings, but still looking for that first graded stakes win of his career coming up. Meanwhile, Hoist the Gold's going to be coming in out of the Breeders' Cup Sprint for Dallas Stewart, where he was a 26-1 long shot.
Yeah, listen, Dallas Stewart does not just ship to New York because he wants to, you know, check out the Empire State Building, okay? You know, he's a trainer that's very good at honing horses for particular days. Now, he's getting to stretch out. The Breeders' Cup probably was a little bit too tough for him. They took their shot. Yeah, this is a race I think he belongs in.
Has not been, you know, in his career, he's had 25 career starts, that effective at a mile, but you look back and you see the Grade 1 Churchill Downs earlier this year, second at Cody's Wish.
Well, how good would Cody's Wish look in this edition of the Cigar Mile?
A lock.
Right. So, I mean, that kind of points
Still,
him out.
He was a ways back at Cody's Wish that day, but the ability is there before you write him off and say, this horse doesn't want a mile.
I agree with you. And again, you know, we've seen Dallas hit the board in big races with big long shots. He's had Breeders' Cup success. I mean, he's a trainer that kind of identifies and hones horses for particular kind of races.
Especially we're used to seeing him in the Kentucky Derby with huge long shots. Some big runner-up finishes. Senor Buscador, another horse for Todd Fincher, who's showing up in this spot, and he's coming out of the Breeders' Cup Classic in a defeat against White Avario.
He paddock schooled earlier today while I was in the paddock, and he is an Amazon. He is a beautiful horse, big, strong, good-looking horse. I really got a kick out of watching him in the paddock, and he made me pay attention to him. Some horses kind of make you sit up and take notice of them. He commanded attention. He really very, very good-looking, sharp-looking horse.
Last 2 times, look, they wanted him to go for the big fish in the Classic, but the last 2 times he's gone shorter than a mile and an eighth. That win in the San Diego. He won a mile and a 16th another time, too. He won both those races.
Well, a lot of times people see horses that are closing ground, right, that are coming from off the pace and think, oh, well, further will be even better. But that's not always the case. It mutes their run or just kind of takes a little sting out of their finishing run. Where the mile, it's obvious he finishes strong in the right way. And we usually get good pace in the Cigar Mile. You get horses stretching out in distance and horses turning back in distance. It's like what I talk about the Met Mile. It's where the two worlds collide. You get the best of the sprinters and the best of the closers meeting in the middle.
He comes from very far out of it. We'll see if he will get that pace to run at in this year's edition. That's going to be a fantastic Saturday coming up next weekend as we get set for race 7. Winners at 2 lifetime. The condition here, they're all for sale for $25,000, 1 turn mile. As we get a look at an even money shot Monroe. Maggie, Mig, and I thought this one getting over bet. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm not as against her as I was going back to the former race with virtual reality, because at the end of the day, Todd Pletcher has incredibly good numbers with doing this type of move, whether going from route to sprint in this type of drop down scenario, first time for a tag. I mean, he hits, any way you kind of massage the numbers, he's anywhere from 30 to 46% in doing so. And the thing is she looks better than the last time I saw her, which, to be fair, was in March. So she's certainly grown and filled out all the things you want to see a horse do during their 3-year-old season. But my problem with her is longer actually better, because her best performance to date was her debut in winning going the 6. I think she's still built more like a sprinter. She is a daughter of Canteros. I always think shorter is better when dealing with his progeny. We'll see how she does. I can't knock her anyway beyond that, because, too, at the end of the day, it's all about who you're facing. And I don't think she's facing much, though I do think Shigeko is her main rival. And I don't want to, dummy this field down to it being a 2-horse race, because we've seen some very interesting and big prices today. So there's always other horses to look at, but it just feels like Shigeko is her main rival in the fact that the Cantomasi seem to have her going in the right direction. I thought she ran very well. She got the right kind of trip with Manny Franco, as Ruben Silvera will take over today. But then ultimately down the lane, she never was really clear until late, where Chasing Daylight, the prohibitive favorite that day, got the kind of run of the race that she needed. And looking at Shigeko here, she looks fantastic. She's striding out well. She's really grown and put on a lot of conditioning throughout this year of this 4-year-old campaign. So for me, she was the one I want, and I think she might be the one with a bit of upside, Greg.
She is the main player in this spot, and I would think these odds are going to even out a little bit as we get closer to post time coming up. But Shigeko is definitely a major player.
Well, I like that Maggie talked about how good she looks, because I was in the paddock the last time she ran, and I thought she looked outstanding. So I'm glad that she's held that condition, that form. I thought she was a bit unlucky, because she's not a filly that really quickens. She's a little bit one-paced, and she has suffered through a few tough trips in her career. But the fact that she's maintained her condition and looks as good as she does, I've got to stick with Shigeko at this point.
7-2. On the remaining half of the entries, you see that 3 dashing Della there in the background. Dylan Davis will be aboard. The condition, those who have not won 2 lifetime, she comes in 1 for 14. The win was at a mile, and it did come on this racetrack earlier this year in March.
Yeah, and listen, she's dropping in class. She's steady diet the last 3 starts. Non-winners of 1 other than New York breds. Now she's in for a tag. But you go back to Saratoga for 16. Man, she was beaten a long ways. It was claimed, ran for 40, ran okay, finished 3rd, beaten less than 5 lengths. But I just feel like she's got to get faster, where I think other horses have consistently run just a little bit quicker.
And is part of the reason, obviously it's Todd Pletcher and Manny Franco with the favorite, who's even money right now too, but is Monroe going to be leading the way in here?
I would think so. I mean, she was so good on debut. Johnny Velasquez came in that day to ride a horse, I think in the Jimmy Winkfield for Todd, that wound up scratching, but they named him on this filly. She was 25 cents to the dollar and won quite easily that day. It wasn't a particularly fast race, but, she did her best running on the lead.
So riders up. We hear the call to post in the background, and post parade here coming up in a moment. It does seem, unless someone happens to step up and run a monster race that you don't expect, but it looks like it's between Monroe and Shigeko, the 1A. We'll see what happens. Here's the one with a rail. Altarina, Katie Davis for Mark Hennig.
Yeah, nice run, 2 back at Saratoga, going the mile distance, was completely outfooted going 6 last time, is going to have to improve.
Post 5 for Shigeko, who is at 7-2.
A filly that I have an affinity for. I like her. She's bred by Barry Schwartz's Stonewall Farm. Cantermassi's have her looking good.
Here's Dashing Della again with Dylan Davis.
I'm taking that drop in class. She has run for cheaper before, but certainly a player on the drop.
Annihilate 5-1 for the Jimmy Ferraro barn.
Yeah, getting back to dirt after spending predominantly turf this year.
Joey the Fish, 1 for 15.
Got to be a good story behind the name.
And Monroe, even money, looks to be the one setting the pace and leading the way.
Yeah, and she is dropping in class. First time she's in for a tag, and maybe they're just being realistic, and this is what she needed.
So 4 minutes to post on a day where we've not seen a lot of logical ones come in. See if that changes here coming up. It looks like it's the even money favor Monroe, and then maybe this the chance of the rest of the field. Almost everyone else, to me, seems like they'd be a bit of a shock in here.
Yeah, but we've been shocked a few times today already, so I wouldn't discount anything. I like Shigeko. I love what I'm seeing in the warm-up. I like the way she's getting a hold of the bit and traveling, and she just looks enthusiastic, like she's happy about her job.
And two, it seemed like, obviously the drop in class helped, but she woke up and just kind of ran she ran the biggest figure of her career last time out.
And she kind of touted herself, and Maggie, said she looks like that today again. So I think, some horses don't necessarily have to look good to run well. I think Shigeko's one that when she's looking good and showing this kind of energy level, she's going to run well.
She was a runner-up last time out. The winner came back to win again, Chasing Daylight, and the one Shigeko out-finished, who ran third, came back to win, both out of that race to flatter her form a little bit. So 3-1 here on the second choice on the board as we get set for the 7th here coming up, 2 minutes away from a start. But still, she is going to have to try and run down likely a filly who's going to be all by herself in the front end here in Monroe.
Well, and listen, we know speed's always dangerous, particularly when you talk about lower-level horses. Do you think there's a possibility that the 3 Dashing Della maybe takes her on early?
Maybe. I mean, she's coming out of a mile on an 8th race on the turf. Maybe dulls her speed a little. I just think she might be too quick. We'll find out. Let's go back to Maggie.
A bit of a long shot here in number 2, Altarina, who gets back out to the distance in which she broke her maiden up at Saratoga, as the rain that they forecast is starting already. Fun times. As she is one that often, does not leave the pony. She breaks post parade, but was very well behaved in the paddock today. So I think with some racing experience, she's actually taking things in stride and going the right direction, as opposed to a horse like the one she beat, 2 back, and Strange Fruit, who progressively gets worse every time she runs. But like I said, I don't like her, but I just thought it was interesting that she's at least getting back out to the distance in which she was successful and is minding her P's and Q's today, Greg.
It's always a positive sign. Minute to post here coming up. It just suddenly, at least from that shot, looked like it got a lot darker here, but we still have a little bit of sunlight left.
And again,
I don't know if it's sunlight.
No, I wouldn't call
day.
it sunlight. It's pretty overcast, but I always feel for Maggie being stuck out there. Like I said, it seems like I kind of zigzag the weather a little bit and get lucky.
6-5. So if you like Monroe, for the first time, she has gone north of even money here in the wagering here. And what looks like it is a 2-horse race. Again, we've had some very illogical results, though, this afternoon in the opener in race number 5. 2 that were incredibly hard to come by. That very good chance with that 5th race result alone, we're going to have a pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, we've had some big prices already today. Listen, I like Shigeko. I think she sits the right trip. I really do think the 3 Dashing Della is at least going to entertain Monroe a little bit early.
See what happens. There's Dylan Davis on Dashing Della for Marcelo Arenas. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin with the 7th from Aqueduct.
Annihilate goes in. Joey the Fish. Monroe. Monroe steps forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Monroe has speed, so does Annihilate in between horses. They're lined up on the front end. Shigeko is in that mix, and here comes Dashing Della. Dashing Della is now in front as they get set to come out of the chute. It's Dashing Della in between horses. Joey the Fish is in the early mix. Outwider Shigeko, and Monroe is going to be 4 wide as they hook up with the backstretch. Second to last, All Red Silks of Annihilate, and the trailer is Altarina. They work to the backstretch, and Dashing Della's got the lead, went 23.56 for the opening quarter mile. Joey the Fish is stalking right here from second. Shigeko is in between horses in third. Monroe starts to move forward, and here comes Monroe with Manny Franco. They get the cue, and they are now challenging for that second spot. Annihilate saves ground to the inside, moves to the inside here of Shigeko, and still the trailer is Altarina. Dashing Della at 7-2 has had it her own way, and Dashing Della is just cruising along. 46-3, that half-mile time. All in right there is Joey the Fish. Annihilate continues to progress, and here comes Annihilate. Luis Rivera Jr. after the leader. Dashing Della and Annihilate, just ground-saving, rail-skimming ride right now, choosing a seam, and here comes Annihilate tipping towards the outside. Dashing Della's had an easy go of it, reaches the top of the stretch, and Dashing Della kicks for home. Annihilate is ready to pounce up alongside, and here comes Annihilate to the outside of Dashing Della, who's very game, but Annihilate has pushed on by. Annihilate now a half length in front. Dashing Della is back to second. Late run here, Monroe to the inside of Joey the Fish, but Annihilate inside the final 16th is up by 2. Annihilate will get the victory. Annihilate gets the win. Dashing Della tight there for third. Monroe's in a photo with Joey the Fish in 1 minute 38 flat.
Annihilate for Jimmy Ferraro. Luis Rivera Jr. wins at 5-1.
Yeah, short price from some of the ones we've seen today. Worked out an absolutely beautiful trip under Luis Rivera Jr., the apprentice that I think has made a real nice impression. He got to save all the ground, slipped up the inside before tipping out. He was floated out through the stretch by the 3, Dashing Della and Dylan Davis, but he had all the momentum. And these were more than legitimate fractions for this level of horse going a mile. Monroe was always kind of struggling just to keep pace. I think she grounded out to be third, but Annihilate with the right trip, and the apprentice is making a nice impression, gets it done. Dashing Della did show that speed. I thought she might. I was a little surprised that the 1A Shigeko was kind of involved early. I don't think that's how she wants to run, and I think it kind of starched her a bit, but winner was very good in Annihilate, and a nice ride, Luis Rivera.
4-3, 7-5. Annihilate. It was 10-1 morning line. Goes off at half that price here at 5-1. Pick up the second win of her career in 15 starts, and another upset, beating a 6-5 favorite here in the late Big Five.
Yeah, and again, it seems like today you got to maybe think a little bit outside the box, try to identify some horses at better prices. I think we've done a good job identifying favorites that might be vulnerable. We just haven't been coming up and identifying the horses that are going to beat them.
Getting at least part of the equation right, but not the toughest part. Someone's still alive, though, to this point in a pick 5 that is going to be incredibly generous, but still 2 legs to come on our Sunday coverage here at Aqueduct. We'll be back with more of our FS1 America's Day at the Races coverage right after this.
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500 and 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
Back in our FS1 coverage of America's Day at the Races here at Aqueduct. Sunday card, still 2 races remain, and in the 7th it was Annihilate here at 5-1. This horse, 4-year-old filly, she had 0 in the way of dirt form. It's really been a turf horse, but able to step up on the dirt against this field today.
Yeah, I mean, it was just very good. And again, the trip really made a big impact here, saving all that ground early before tipping out into the stretch. See her racing on a wrong lead, finally got to her right lead there and just kind of kept on coming with that relentless grinding run that she made. But I thought it was a real heads-up move by Luis Rivera Jr. to kind of slip up, get up into that position inside before that opportunity was taken away, and saving ground made all the difference here. Annihilate at 1380. To continue a string of upsets.
One of those days. Look at that pick 3 that ends here. $3,861 pick 3, ending here with Annihilate. It has been a day of upsets, and even though she was 5-1, I mean, all her good form was on grass. Fairly difficult one to find here as well.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But, you know, again, this time of year, you kind of got to start thinking a little bit outside the box, and horses that are taking a lot of money could be a little bit over the top, tired from campaigns or connections, trying to drop down to find appropriate spots for them.
See what happens here. There's possibility we're not going to have this pick 5 hit today.
I think there's a strong possibility, and I happen to like a long shot here, so we'll continue along those
8th race.
things.
Yeah, our feature, 1-turn mile. Allowance optional claiming group. Sheriff Bianco opens as the 7-5 favorite in here. Swiftsure, though, morning line favorite, and that's the one who's going to be trying to take this field gate to wire.
He is the main in controlling speed here. There is nobody in this race that possesses the kind of speed that the 7 Swiftsure possesses. So I think Swiftsure has a tactical advantage that way. He's coming out of a much tougher effort or much tougher race in the 49er where he showed good speed and fast fractions. He didn't just get to go to the lead and set control. Today, he's going to have a lot his own way on the front end.
Last time he won, though, he got a battle from a horse who would be a huge long shot of this field. He's got to hold off some real tough horses this afternoon. We'll see if he's up to the challenge when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. We'll look back from some stakes over the weekend. The Fall Highway, Bold Journey from last to first, and Raging Sea gets the first graded stakes win of her career for Chad Brown and company.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
We are back, and this is right around the corner. Friday, December 8th, opening day out in Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn Park, and we will have live coverage from start to finish.
It's just such an enthusiastic crowd at Oaklawn. You can see, you know, their stands are packed. People love it. And, you know, Hot Springs, where Oaklawn is located, is a lot like Saratoga, Greg. Just the talk in the town, the buzz is all about the races.
I mean, you could put it up there. It is one of an elite few racetracks where they just cherish the sport unlike any other place in the country. We're going to have Paul LaDuca there reporting live coverage. You're going to be there for us a couple of days as well. What, New Year's Eve?
Yeah, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day for the Smarty Jones. So I'm looking forward to getting down there and spending some time with Paul and, you know, presenting racing from Oaklawn and certainly hitting DeLuca's Pizza. Okay. Believe it or not, Hot Springs, Arkansas actually has outstanding pizza.
Yeah, we met the owner. He was actually at Saratoga. I believe it was this past summer. So we talk about it a lot. We've seen the pies on our program, too. But it's the racing that's the feature. And we look for so many big races. We love the series, too. They have all these comprehensive series for each division, which makes the meet a lot of fun.
And a lucrative series of races in pretty much every division. But the one that really gets the most attention, and rightfully so, is the 3-year-old division. And that kicks off right away on opening day with the Smarty Jones. But, you know, the Southwest, the Rebel, and the Arkansas Derby, those have turned out to be very powerful races as preps leading up to the Kentucky Derby.
Friday, December 8th, opening day coverage. We'll have it for you here on the program. Earlier this weekend, a couple of stakes races. We talked about going to break and Fall Highway, Bold Journey. It was the top 4 in the race, or in one area code, and then he was in a different zip code at the back of the pack. He goes from last to first to win this race, carrying 128 pounds.
And keep an eye on him. He's lingering on his left lead here under Jose Ortiz, right? And he's getting there. He's grinding. But he doesn't really kick it into another gear until he gets to his right lead. Coming up right in here, he's going to go to his right lead. And now he kind of kicks on again, where I thought he was going to hang a little bit, and Durante was fighting it out throughout. But he always seems to find a bit more. And I think Jose Ortiz has really kind of identified that this horse is a true closing sprinter. Take him back, make the one run. This is a really nice effort. You can see him covered in that kickback. And we would be remiss not to give a lot of props to Durante, who took on all comers. He was the last horse standing in a barroom brawl. And then here comes the winner to hit him overhead, Bold Journey, with a chair late.
Still, I mean, he won pretty easily in that race. He takes his time getting in a gear, doesn't he?
Yeah, but you could see right off the break, though, Jose went in with a plan. He broke. He got him into his hands. He took him back. He eased him back. He waited, and he made that one quick, you know, late run. And I like closing sprinters. And honestly, they're a lot of fun to ride because it's always fun when you're passing horses and you're coming with that bold run.
It has been such an infamous race, last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, because we've talked about it all summer long. No one had come out of that race to win. It's almost bizarre.
Yeah.
Finally, a filly came out of that race to win on November 24th. 7th place finisher atomically. And now Raging Sea comes out of the race to win as well and get the Grade 3 Comely for Chad Brown and Alpha Delta Stables.
Yeah, and you know, she obviously wants the 1 1/8. She's a filly that kind of continues to grind. Julia's Shining making a run at her, but she just kept sticking her neck out. She didn't want to get past. And it was interesting, you know, Kendrick Carmouche and Julia Shining went after her a little bit with the crop, and then he kind of just flagged her with it and didn't hit her again. I think maybe he felt like she reacted negatively to it, but this was a really nice, I think, resolute kind of performance from Raging Sea. I mean, she just didn't want to get beat, and it comes down to who really wants a 1 1/8. I think these were the two out of, you know, in the race that truly wanted the 9 furlongs.
Donora Curlin with the win here, Raging Sea. Good to see, even in defeat, Julia Shining step up and run, you know, an improved effort.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Julia Shining, incredible pedigree. She's already has intrinsic value, but she's also a sister to Malathat. So if you want to equate
dual champion.
Yeah, a dual champion. So you want to equate it to, like, you know, people, it's like Marsha and Jan Brady. Instead of Marsha, it's Malathat. She's got a little bit too much to live up to.
It's high praise for Marsha from you.
Well, listen, that was my generation. I grew up watching the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, it was almost impossible with, you know, who she was a full sister to and what she accomplished.
How do you
to try
live
and
up to
live
that?
up to that.
Yeah.
She's been good, but Mala thought was special.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Maybe she still has some room to progress from this point.
Absolutely.
We have the 8th still to come. Late double ahead. And there's Sheriff Bianca. We saw Linda Rice step out of the picture. Trainer of this 5-year-old who is won over $600,000 in his career. Got to answer that question, though. Can he win at a mile?
Yeah, and that's always a big question, distance, right?
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And we'll start by talking about the favorite, who I do like on paper, number 2, Sheriff Bianco, who I thought ran really well behind Straight Arrow, who was really strong in that performance. And he was really wide throughout and kind of followed the winner around there, really fought out the place honors. But the thing is ever since this summer, he's kind of gradually started to tail off physically. But I'm not seeing that, you know, kind of not free fall by any means, but I'm not seeing what he looks like physically reflective on what he looks, how he's running on the racetrack. But today, I just look at him compared to some of the others in here, and I prefer many others over him from the physical perspective. It's really frustrating. I know Meg can speak of this. When you like a horse on paper and then they just disappoint you when you look at them, or vice versa, when you really like a horse physically, but you can't quite make them on paper. You like it when they both sync up. As we'll take a look at number 7, Swiftsure, who looks to control here. He could be loose again, and we've seen him controlling, even when he's taken a bit of pressure or gone through some quicker fractions like 2-back, he is able to pull things off. And today, there's a lot less of that speed that he saw in the grade 2 49er last time out, which was definitely a class test, and he's back in with some more familiar and friendly faces this time around. He looks good overall, maybe not quite as good as what I saw from him on October 1st, but again, we're getting into some colder winter months, and sometimes that's reflective in these horses' coats. But there's 2 horses that physically stand out, and I think you can make cases for them on paper, and certainly number 5, Unbridled Bomber, you can do just that, as he was participating in a 4-horse race last time, but he had that equipment issue with the bridle, so he was a little bit distracted going to post, and it almost felt like he lost interest a little bit down the lane too when he was actually passed by a fellow foe in here in Daydreaming Boy and dug back in to get the win. He's one that arguably you could make the case though that he's better around one turn if he gets a little bit more pace to maybe close into, but he's also tactical enough. He looks sensational here for Jimmy Ryerson. He honestly always does, but it's good to see him at this time of year looking just as good as what he did going back to earlier and throughout the summer. So liking what I'm seeing from Unbridled Bomber, and also number 6 in here, Constitution Lawyer. He did get an excellent ride by Dylan Davis last time where he was biding his time, kind of sitting off the pace on the rail, and then saw an opening and went for it and was able to get the upset win. I don't know really how to judge that race because Good Skate was a ease in that in a later effort against Costa Terra, which Costa Terra ran well, finishing 2nd with a 90 buyer. So he ran well so what I'm questioning is longer better for him, because connections have seemed to wanted to run him longer. I'm not seeing that physically though. He's actually a very athletic, he's that big lumbering, like just galloping type. There's some speed, there's some gears there, and Ray Handel has him certainly heading in the right direction. Greg?
That's an intriguing price. Thank you, Maggie. At 7-1 on a horse who, look, he was effective. I know it came off the turf, but he got a big number at 1 mile and 16th as well. As you get a look at Linda Rice, she trains Sheriff Bianco in here as we take a look at Constitution Lawyer.
Worked out a dream trip last time. You know, got that easy pass run up the inside under Dylan Davis, and he was decisive. And I like when riders seize a race. They make a decision. Even if it doesn't work out, I will never fault a rider for being aggressive and doing what they think they need to do in that moment. And he reacted to an opportunity that presented itself, and that made all the difference between winning and losing that day.
Back-to-back efforts, too. He's run essentially the same number, at least thoroughgraph-wise. So potentially a forward move coming in this horse if he can. He may need it against this group because these are some serious runners he's facing today. But look, Film Star, I know he was a distant second to him, but ran a good effort in that race 2 back as well. See if he's up to the challenge in here. Little surprised that Sheriff Bianco's 9-5 favorite here.
I am as well. And listen, he is certainly a contender. I just thought this race, there was some interesting ways to go. You know, looking at it, the 7 Swift Shore will be loose on the lead. I'm convinced of that. I like a horse that's a big price here that I think is going to really appreciate turning back an 1/8 of a mile distance, and that's the 8, Daydreaming Boy. I think last time he just kind of bottomed out that last furlong, made a winning move, was beaten the nose by Unbridled Bomber just because he didn't stay the 9 furlongs. His best race is at the 8 furlongs that we're running today.
Yeah, and even though, look, Sheriff Bianco's the favorite right now, it's probably going to be Swift Sure looking at doubles by post time, and that is the horse, the 7, who's going to be the one on the front end, likely by himself. We start off our post parade with Divine Armor. David Jacobson, trainee, who has been first or second in 9 of 24 starts.
Yeah, nice run last time, going 6 furlongs from off the pace, and David Jacobson's having a good Aqueduct stand.
Sheriff Bianco, he usually runs his race. Is it good enough against this group?
Honest, hard knocking shows up. 6 wins, 12 seconds.
Bold Endeavor, Gustavo Rodriguez trains.
Yeah, it was a part of the pace last time. Is a horse that can be forward.
5 for 9 record coming in from out of town, Adaro.
Yeah, and he's run some fast races as well. He has actually faced off against the 8 Daydreaming Boy and the Smarty Jones.
Major player went by Unbridled Bomber with Javier Castellano, and here's Constitution Lawyer.
Yeah, in good form. Felt like he was very opportunistic winner last time, slipping up the fence.
The speed of the field. He should be the favorite by post time, Swiftsure.
Speed's always dangerous, and he looks like he is loose on the lead here.
Yeah, 9-1 outside. Daydreaming Boys, you mentioned, just missed against Unbridled Bomber last time out. That was at 1 1/8 miles.
I really just saw a horse that did not want the 1 1/8 miles. He made a winning move. It was a bold, decisive move by Trevor McCarthy. Turns back that 1/8 of a mile. His best race to date was a mile at Parks. That was a 2-turn mile. I just, at 9-1, I like him getting the mile distance.
So 4 minutes away from our Sunday feature. Coming up as we take a look at that Unbridled Bomber, Daydreaming Boy race. And it was Daydreaming Boy who actually took the lead in the stretch in here. But Unbridled Bomber, it looked like the race was over. He somehow battles back to get this win.
Well, I think it was a function of 2 things. Unbridled Bomber, digging back in, re-engaging, and at the same time, this horse kind of leveling off.
Usually this is over.
Usually it is. But I think when you get a horse that doesn't truly want that 9th furlong, that final furlong, and a horse that is very comfortable at the 9 furlongs and is a horse that's shown a proclivity for fighting, that was the result. I think at a mile, it's a completely different story.
Unbridled Bomber, best race he ever ran. Horse who won that race was at 1 mile. 99 Beyer speed figure when he blitzed a field on this racetrack back in April of this year.
Well, and also I think you have to look at the fact that Unbridled Bomber's best races come when he is able to race with Lasix. When he has to step into Graded Stakes Company, he doesn't get the benefit of racing with Lasix, and then therefore his races aren't as good. This being an allowance race, he gets to compete on Lasix.
What about the out-of-town face here, the 4, Adaro? He comes in with a pretty good record. Will it stand up to New York competition? Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, that's a big question, and I can't say definitively if it can, too. Greg, he's a 3-year-old and facing some seasoned veterans who know how to go out there and win races, but so does he. 5 for 9 lifetime, you mentioned that, and he comes in here and just presents himself as a horse who likes his job. He was strutting the stuff in the paddock. He got really on the muscle, but in a good way, once hitting the track with Abner Adorno aboard, and he just made a really nice impression. I like the flat mile distance for him. Obviously, he's 3 for 4 at it, whether it's around 1 turn or 2. Actually, yes, he has won around 1 turn. Other times, he's won around 2. So it doesn't matter to him. Like I said, he just looks like a horse who likes his job, and that's the way he's acting here. But I got to say, there are several horses that I could make cases for him. And look, Swiftsure, he looks fine. He's probably going to lead these on a merry chase. but ultimately between the 2, the 5, the 6, and 7, number 5 Unbridled Bomber just looks sensational. From paddock to racetrack, he's so beautiful to begin with. He's certainly that classic thoroughbred, tall, rangy, but it just made every right move on the racetrack. So I'm going to land on him, Greg, at 4-1.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Just a quick point to wrap up back on the Adero. He's won 5 of his last 7 starts. And he has won here in New York, but it was against much, much softer level of competition. Those 5 wins coming at 4 different racetracks. So he has brought his race with him wherever he's gone.
I love that. A horse that can take their game on the road.
Having said that, they all got to catch Swiftsure, the 7, who, like his name, he is quick early. He's going to try and wire this field on the front end under Manny Franco. It's our Sunday feature on our FS1 coverage. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Is it? All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the inside from Sheriff Bianco. Right out to the front, there's Sheriff Bianco, and towards the far outside, Swiftsure is in the early kick as well. It's going to be Swiftsure who's got the lead. Daydreaming Boy is following that. Sheriff Bianco, Constitution Lawyers move right towards the outside for Dylan Davis out in the center of the racetrack. Tightly bunched, Adero is in that mix with Bold Endeavor, who now loses some ground, is going to be towards the tail end with Divine Armor and the trailer, Unbridled Bomber. Tightly packed here. 4.5 lengths would cover them all. They went 23.63 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Swiftsure. Swiftsure on a tight hold wants to go. Manny Franco and Swiftsure just tugging at Manny Franco is up by 3/4 of a length. Daydreaming Boy is stalking from second at the rail. Sheriff Bianco might be looking for a way out with Constitution Lawyer, who's now taken the 3rd spot. Adero is muscling on through in between horses. Losing ground quickly was Divine Armor. Here comes Bold Endeavor, and out wider, that's Unbridled Bomber, 46-4 for the half-mile time. Swiftsure is still in front. Daydreaming Boy is right to the outside, and here comes Constitution Lawyer, just looming up on the outside as Swiftsure is all in. Daydreaming Boy has now asked the question. Constitution Lawyer is now moving up on the outside. Daydreaming Boy has got more. It's Daydreaming Boy who's kicked. Constitution Lawyer with every shot to run this rival down. Sheriff Bianco is chasing an Adero. 1/8 of a mile to go. It is Constitution Lawyer to the outside. Daydreaming Boy to the inside. Constitution Lawyer now puts a neck in front. It's Constitution Lawyer. Daydreaming Boy back to second. Constitution Lawyer gets the win. Constitution Lawyer over Daydreaming Boy. Sheriff Bianco. Then came a photo. That was Adero with an oncoming Unbridled Bomber in 1 minute, 35 flat.
Constitution Lawyer, back-to-back wins for the Ray Handel barn. Dylan Davis, and cutting back from 1.25 miles, handles the mile just fine.
Well, the key to that, cutting back in the 1.25 miles, was being in close proximity to what turned out to be a pretty tepid pace, nearly 47 flat to the half, and then the race started to heat up. Constitution Lawyer recognizing Dylan Davis, recognizing that Daydreaming Boy was going easy enough. The disappointment was Swiftsure, who did not set particularly fast fractions. He just had no resistance at all to the 2 horses that were in closest proximity to him. Daydreaming Boy fought it out hard and game to the wire, but Constitution Lawyer in raging form right now for Ray Handel.
6-8-2-4 finish here. Big price on a horse who came in very sharp form. And this horse has really turned things around. 4-year-old ending the year on a really positive note for this barn.
Yeah, absolutely. And when horses get good, it shows you. They carry their form and turning back. Again, the key, though, was a slow pace the first, 1/2 mile, and he was in position. So you knew that he would have the stamina turning back from that 1.25 miles. Once he had position, that was critical. And position wins races. And both the winner and the runner-up got good trips and good rides.
Shades on for his winning trainer, Ray Handel. Such a great phone call to make, that winning phone call.
Yeah, well, listen, it's easy when your phone starts ringing and things are going bad to ignore it. When things are going good, your phone starts ringing, you're happy to answer.
It's amazing how available you are when things are going good. 6-8-2-4 finish, 11-1. More upsets on what has been Upset Sunday special. Constitution Lawyer now back-to-back victories. Nightcap still to come. We'll have the prices when we return from our feature right after this.
by better than 10 lengths. Idiomatic, a huge performance all the way out 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clariere on the outside continues to gain. Search results, trying to hold off Clariere. Here comes Clariere. Search results right there. It's the courageous Clariere to win the Ogden Phipps.
Curlin, the classic sire.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fasig-Tipton are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fasig-Tipton is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Country Grammar, resilient, fighting back, retaking the lead, and it's Country Grammar to win the Hollywood Gold Cup.
Country Grammar getting the upper hand, draws alongside, and Country Grammar with his Dates with Destiny in front a length and a half. Country Grammar won the Dubai World Cup.
Back with you on our FS1 coverage. Sunday card from Aqueduct, brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Our Sunday feature in the books, and Constitution Lawyer. There's Ray Handel helping lead that 4-year-old into the winner's circle. And our winner's circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital platform for thoroughbreds. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. 4th career win for this 4-year-old Dylan Davis on board for the victory as we head downstairs to Maggie.
2 wins back-to-back for Constitution Lawyer. And Ray, I know he's one that you have had high hopes for. Early on in his career, it seemed like mentally he took a little while to put it all together, and he's so relaxed now and so in the game.
Yeah, you know, it's a big equipment change taking his balls off, so.
Love me a gelding.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, really, that's really been the key to it all. I think mentally for him, he took such a massive step forward. And then just, you know, being able to place him in spots that made a lot of sense, working through his conditions. And, yeah, I think each win he's gotten more and more confident. And, you know, I love the way he's been progressing.
Do you, after this win, do you consider a stakes race here at the Big A?
Yeah, like we had some options. We targeted this 3X here. It wasn't like perfect. I think he wants to go a little bit longer, but I mean, he ran huge today. I'm sure he's going to get another big number, but I think he wants to go 2 turns. So there's a stake at the end of the month. The name's eluding me right now.
Greens County?
Yes. Yeah. So it's like 150,000 overnight. Nice, like I said, nice progression. It's 5 weeks. Perfect timing. So, yeah, so we'll kind of keep him in that. And if he keeps, you know, going through these conditions, you know, maybe we take a shot at something bigger later on. But I think it's just smart with the horse that mentally has still got it in him to be a little bit funny and just taking those natural progressions. I think is going to be beneficial for him in the long run.
And a generous price. I couldn't believe he was 11-1 as we were talking about. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Congratulations for those who've had him. Hazardous humor, though, taking over training on her. Looking for a late double here. She looks a little bit slower on paper, though, Ray.
Yeah, and I would like to have had her a little bit more time. She came in like a week and a half ago, and I told the guys, I said, we'll give her a workout. If she breezes great, we'll run her here and then kind of take it from there. She breezed in 48, probably more than I wanted to do, but she's a lovely filly, came in great shape. So, you know, we'll take a shot here and see how she does.
Yeah. She's doing good. Absolutely. Well, best of luck with her. Congratulations with Constitution Lawyer.
Thank you so much.
All right, Constitution Lawyer really heading in the right direction for the handlebar, Greg.
In sharp form right now, back-to-back wins. 1.25 miles, now at 1 mile, and it sounds like more work to do before the year's over.
Yeah, Queens County, I believe, is 1.8 miles. At one time it was 1 mile and 3/16, which we know either is well within Constitution Lawyer's scope. And 24.40. Nice ride from Dylan Davis. Daydreaming Boy rounding out your exactor at 8.40 in the place spot. $67 exactor for $1.
Nightcap still to come as we take a look at this late pick 5. Started with a $95 winner. We've had no favorites win. $15 horse, $13 winner that I thought was a lot tougher than 5-1 to have in race 7. And now, well, Constitution Lawyer I thought was a bit of a player, almost double the morning line. Still, this has been an incredibly difficult sequence to come up with. And now we get to the final leg of the sequence. Massive payouts in this pick 5. We close it out. 1 turn mile. Allowance optional claiming field, and the favorite Dame Cinco for the Rick Dutrow barn on the rail, at least for right now.
Dame Cinco, a very consistent, hard-knocking type. 11 times first, second, or third out of 20 starts. Has the inside post, has to work out a trip.
Goddess of Fire, though, is going to be your favorite, and a long layoff for this Pletcher filly.
Yeah, but listen, Todd is a trainer that is very, very good at getting horses ready off the layoff, and she has, she is a grade 1 placed filly, and she's a filly that has shown she can compete at a higher level.
We're going to take a timeout. When we return, after an 0-for-4 start on grass, when switching to the Bill Mott barn, it was back to dirt for Cigar, which began one of the most famous win streaks in all of sports history. We'll have that story next.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
For every great champion, there is a unique story. And for 2-time Horse of the Year Cigar, his road to glory began in his 5th start for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who believed the Maryland-bred son of Palace Music had more talent than he had shown in 11 straight grass races.
The last time he had run on the turf, I think Julie Crone had ridden him and said, well, he galloped back good on the dirt. And I said, well, maybe it's time we try the dirt. So We were over here in October, and we really didn't know what to expect. He reeled off some pretty fast fractions, but he just kept widening his margin, and then came back about a month later and won the NYRA Mile.
Cigar running a monstrous race today. Beat double is due by 6 lengths.
Cigar would go on to win 14 more consecutive races, but possibly his most impressive and memorable performance came in the 1995 Breeders' Cup Classic.
It was a sloppy track, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, he had never run in the mud before. Now we're facing a new challenge, and Jerry Bailey's holding on to him, waiting for him to go, and when he released him, I mean, he just, like you shot him out of a cannon.
Cigar! Cigar makes his move, and he sweeps to the lead with a dramatic rush. A quarter of a mile between Cigar and a perfect season. Jerry Bailey calls on Cigar for everything he has. And here he is, the incomparable, invincible, unbeatable Cigar!
Throughout his mighty 2-year reign as the best horse in America, if not the world, Cigar not only won the admiration of the most avid racing fan, but also captured the attention of the general public and made them fans as well.
You know, the great thing about his career was it lasted over a 3-year period. You know, good horses sometimes are limited to 1 year where they hold their form to that top level. It's very difficult to keep any top horse in form for 2 full years. He became such a fan favorite, and he was America's horse. You know, Mr. Paulson's colors with the red, white, and blue, and we took him everywhere. We took him east, west, we took him abroad. Finally, it got to the point where people were saying, man, let's go see him. Let's just go watch him.
So, when it was announced that Cigar would be retired at the end of the '96 season, Connections made sure that America's racehorse was sent off in style. And what better way to do so than to van him into the middle of Manhattan to the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Mrs. Paulson was into the show horse world as well, and they had the National Horse Show at Madison Square Garden, and she said she wanted to take him down there and parade him, and I thought she was absolutely crazy. But as it worked out, Bailey and I skipped the races that day. We both rode down on the horse van with him, and it really turned out to be probably one of the greatest experiences I've ever had. We brought him in and they turned the spotlight on him. I mean, everybody stood up, and it was exciting for me, and I think everybody that had ever worked around him and seen him for that matter.
What an incredible story of a horse that just took over not just horse racing, but the entire sports world with that incredible win streak. 16 wins in a row, 10 of them during that streak were grade ones.
And what was remarkable was that he was able to take his show on the road. He showcased his abilities all over the country, California, Chicago, obviously New York, Suffolk Downs, and it created a buzz, and people really latched onto him because of the longevity that Bill Mott talked about. And what an incredible job to have Bill Mott keep him in that kind of form for that long. And Jerry Bailey, you know, he was at the height of his powers, and a lot of pressure riding a high-profile horse like that. It was the perfect fit, Jerry Bailey and Cigar.
You got to think every step along the way, along that win streak, the pressure just mounting, bigger crowds, more attention.
It's hard to win 2 in a row. Imagine 16 in a row at the highest level.
With more, let's go to Maggie.
And guys, he goes down as, at least to date, my favorite horse of all time during my lifespan, that's for sure. And just being able to work on that piece with my good friends, Bobby Klatt and Ernie Munich. And when Ernie was sent that footage from the Keeneland Library of Cigar at Madison Square Garden, it was, I still get chills watching it. It was so incredible because I didn't know it existed, and I had forgotten that they'd even done that. So to work that into the piece was really special for me, and to see that racing transcends all sports, particularly all equestrian sports, and the reception that he got from virtually a stadium full of show horse people just spoke to the quality and the reach that he had with his talents and with the record that he put forth on the racetrack. So Cigar, it's always a pleasure to honor you every December now here at the Big A.
There have been some horses, obviously, that have longer win streaks. There's been no win streak, though, like Cigar's. Has there?
Not that, I can remember. Yes, horses have strung together victories. But again, the fact that he was able to take the show on the road and win, and I missed Florida. He won in Florida.
Dubai.
Obviously, Dubai, the first Dubai World Cup. And there was a lot of talk when he went to Dubai for that. He wasn't drinking enough water. He was dehydrated. They were flying water in for him to drink because he wasn't acclimating, and he got that done. And Jerry Bailey wound up taking off his mounts that day to be a part of that celebration of Cigar's career at Madison Square Garden. Jerry was such a competitive guy. I know at the time he probably didn't want to take off his horses, but speaking with him about it after the fact, he was so happy he did and that he was able to be a part of that celebration. And, there's times in your life, and certainly professionally and personally, you just almost have to take a step back and savor the moment. And they certainly, that whole team earned that moment.
Once-in-a-lifetime horse that we may never see something like that replicated again yet, to win all over the country, all over the world, that he did at the highest level. Just incredible. Thank God Bill Mott put him back on dirt where he started with the first 2 starts of his career. Nightcap coming up on our Sunday card. 1-turn mile allowance optional claiming field. And we have 2 horses that could result in the pick 5, a rarity being carried. The 6 horse, the 9 horse. No one will hit the pick 6 today, so we have a carryover, as you would expect, with some of the numbers we've seen in the pick 6. And here's one of the main players here. This is Copa Girl, Brad Cox.
Came off
Copa Girl, sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, she ran 1 mile and 1/8 last time and had some trouble, but just really didn't run. Her 2 starts previous to that were both good enough to win this.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll begin with the little sister to Mind Control horse, who certainly liked it here at the Big A. As looking over there, Cigar Mile. There's his name. But she's back off of the long layoff of nearly 14 months since we've seen her, and she does not look as though she's missed that much time for sure. She looks so fit. And Todd Pletcher is the one barn that you can always feel just confident in them coming back with the right amount of fitness to win their comeback efforts. Now, she hasn't changed much physically. I wish she had filled out maybe a little bit and grown a little bit more if I had to kind of split hairs. But I do like this 1-turn mile for her to come back at. I think she's more than capable of showing a good effort here today. Now, number 1, taking a lot of attention is Dame Cinco for Rick Dutrow, who they protected with the waiver claim last time out. First off the claim and off the bench, and then they come back now and protect her. So I often look at those waiver claims twofold, in that they don't want to lose a horse because they have invested a lot in them, but also they might have the feeling that they need a race, so they don't want to lose a horse off of an effort that's setting them up for a winning effort. So I'm kind of getting that vibe with her because, Richie, I remember you, I think, being in the paddock and saying that, I know Maggie says she carries a lot of weight, and she does, but ultimately proving that she was just a bit too heavy and one that's had to race into fitness. She looks like she has it now. She is one that I wonder the mile, but she's won at this distance plenty of times before. She looks ready for it today, as we'll take a look at number 4, Copa Girl, who's coming off of a disappointing effort, maybe a little bit against the track, but she hit the 3/8 pole and was done going the 2-turn mile and 1/8, which is too far for her. Mile is fine. She came in a little bit warm, and let's face it, it's freezing out here today. So displaying some nerves that I kind of want to watch in how she warms up on the track, Greg, because she comes with her efforts before. She's a major player.
Perfect weather for these horses. I mean, they love this kind of weather. 49 degrees. Little drizzle, maybe a little bit cooler than that as we get set for our post parade. Coming up, here's Dame Cinco, who was the favorite, but we know the 7's going to be the favorite by post time.
Yeah, and listen, ran well off the bench, probably be better for that effort.
Hazardous Humor comes in from Delaware.
Yeah, got some good races and makes first start for Ray Handel, who got it done constitutional lawyer last time.
Javier Castellano on board for Brad Cox with the 4.
Yeah, I don't like to hear that she's sweating up a little bit. It's a little too cold for that today.
Ain't Broke comes in off a win.
Yeah, first time off the claim from Linda Rice.
Tough to make the case for Vienna Code.
Would be a bit of a surprise.
What'd you think it got us to fire? Long layoff.
Long layoff, but the right conditioner in Todd Pletcher, a trainer that knows how to get them ready off the bench.
Sweet Mystery, Trevor McCarthy
on board a 3-time winner.
I'm a little interested in her. I think she had excuses too back, a little bit too tough for her last time. Grinding style, good post.
An Implosion last time on the racetrack went 1.5 miles on the turf. That was back in May.
Yeah, now getting back to the dirt. She does have 1 win from 6 tries on dirt.
4 minutes away from our nightcap on the Sunday card coming up as we look at Ain't Broke. Linda Rice first off the claim, and claims coming off a win as the favorite for 75,000 non-winners of 2 at Churchill.
Yeah, and Jess was able to get up late, digging in, fighting for it. She's consistent too. Look at the numbers she runs. Just a consistent kind of horse, and another one with that relentless grinding style. Does that translate well to a 1-turn mile though? That's my question.
Find out shortly. Eric Cancel getting the opportunity for Linda Rice here coming up. She continues, was so successful claiming all those horses out of Churchill the last few meets and continuing to do so.
Yeah, and listen, Eric Cancel went through an injury this year. He had surgery on his ankle. And it's over the years, you watch young riders that go through these kind of things, and especially if it's the first time they've had surgery and they've got to rehabilitate. One of two things happens. They react negatively to it, and I don't want to have to go through that again. Or they get a greater appreciation for what they do, and they come back hungrier. They come back more focused. They come back knowing I can't take this for granted because it's the first time you realize this actually can end. And I see that latter with Eric, where he's come back more like, wow, I'm really thankful to do this, and I want to make the most of my abilities.
And you've got to hand it to him, too. Because we know how incredibly tough this circuit is, and especially when all the big names come back, too. He sticks around during those times as well, where he could have gone to other tracks. Got a lot more wins, got a lot more attention, but he has stayed here and been able to hang around.
He digs in. And if you want to be a New York rider, you want to ride at the highest level, you've got to dig your heels in and say, no, I'm not going anywhere, and I'm going to continue to battle and get what I can and work hard.
2 minutes to post in our Sunday nightcap coming up. Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, we'll check in with number 5 in here, Ain't Broke, as you guys were talking about. I thought the effort last time was very good because she broke wanting to go forward, but circumstance would see her being checked back repeatedly from the first turn to the backside. And by the time they got to the second turn, she was well last and was able to make a wide bid and run down the early leaders, including a next time out winner in Thestral, who had come back with a 75 buyer. So I think she's one that we will see not quite that far back early, possibly. You know, Richie brings up a good point of the 1-turn mile. I don't know. Maybe she is better going a bit further, but she did win going 6 furlongs in the debut. Now, I will say this. We've heard them change the rule for Linda Rice because she went down there and claimed a lot of horses. Now you have to wait the 60 days, and so she has off the claim. I wish there was a few more breezes because it's just indicating to me that she might not be the best doer because Linda's horses tend to carry a lot of flesh and conditioning, and she's a little bit more on the lighter framed, but I'm still going to take my chances with her at 6-1 because I really liked the effort last time out, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Loading up, and it's Copa Girl, Brad Cox, the 4, the 5-2 favorite right now. Surprising that I would think by the time the gates open that may switch. We're set to the 7. Chris Griffin, the call.
Good speed from in between horses. Vienna Code in the early mix, and at the rail there's Dame Cinco. It's Dame Cinco also in there as Vienna Code. Then comes Ain't Broke is trying to muscle on through, and towards the far outside there comes Implosion. Implosion now has the front. Ain't Broke is moved forward, is now taken second. Underdrive is Sweet Mystery. Center of the racetrack, here's Goddess of Fire is moving forward, is now about to challenge for that second spot. Slightly checking there was Dame Cinco, who's back to 5th. Gets passed to the outside from Hazardous Humor. Second to last is Coppa Girl, and Vienna Code, who broke on top, is now the trailer. 3 across the racetrack here, 22-3. Pumped up opening quarter. Implosion's got the lead. It's Implosion in between horses. There comes Sweet Mystery, just progressing up on the outside. A tight hold, Jose Lescano, Goddess of Fire, also looking for a way out. Eric Hensel with Ain't Broke. They're in 4th as they start to run by the big long shot. Looking to move outside. Dame Cinco is moving forward. Hazardous Humor, Coppa Girl, the trailer. Vienna Code. They're still chasing now Sweet Mystery, who's in front. It's Sweet Mystery the Gray trying to put him away. Ain't Broke is going to move to the inside, and here comes Ain't Broke is going to ride the rail, and Ain't Broke has taken the lead. Ain't Broke at the top of the stretch made that big move at the rail, and Ain't Broke is opening up. It's Ain't Broke has not been asked yet and is now 4 lengths clear. Here from out of the pack, here comes Kappa Girl to chase this leader. It's Ain't Broke and Kappa Girl to decide it. Ain't Broke is still 4 lengths in front. Kappa Girl continues to chase, but moving over to the rail. Ground-saving trip. Ain't Broke cashes in. Ain't Broke gets the victory over Kappa Girl. Then came Sweet Mystery and Hazardous Humor in 1 minute 35.36 seconds.
Ain't Broke. Linda Rice with another horse claimed from Churchill Downs brings to New York. And now back-to-back wins for this 4-year-old filly.
Well, 1 turn mile was no problem whatsoever. In fact, it might have been her best effort to date. She was traveling past the half-mile pole under Eric Cancel, kind of pulled him up in behind horses. You knew he was loaded. Found the room along the inside, dropped her head, let her run. This was a real nice effort from Ain't Broke over Kappa Girl, and Eric Cancel with a really nice ride, contributed a fine ride here, and nice call from Maggie with Ain't Broken, 5-1.
You looked at me midway through this race and you said this filly was loaded, and she was.
Yeah, it looked like a foregone conclusion as long as she found space to use her stride, and she had ample space on the inside and just kicked on. And again, we talked about Eric Cancel before the race. I'm seeing a young man that this injury in some crazy respect is a blessing in disguise. I think he's approaching this game with a different kind of intensity and desire than maybe he ever even experienced before.
5-4-8-3 finish, gets an easy victory here on this 4-year-old filly who wins for the 3rd time in her career, and now back-to-back at Churchill off the claim here in New York. And this pick 5 is massive today.
What is it?
We'll have the results coming up in a moment.
Okay. All right.
I don't want to give it away just yet. Those who have the app, they can look. It's huge. 5-4-8-3, as you would expect. We started with a 46-1 shot to kick it off.
Yeah.
11-1 shot. We had no favorites win in the sequence. And anytime you keep beating favorite after favorite after favorite with a couple of prices we had today, wow, it's going to be enormous. We know we have a Pick 6 carryover already for next week. It's over 200,000, I'll tell you that, for the Pick 5. We'll have the official number when we return. Eric Cancel riding for Linda Rice off the claim. Coming in from Churchill Downs for the victory here to take the nightcap on our FS1 coverage.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day.
With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at South Ozone Park, New York, nightcap in the books here on our Sunday coverage from Aqueduct. Ain't broke. Claimed by Linda Rice out of a win at Churchill Downs in September. Comes here to the Aqueduct meet, now goes back to back to close out the Sunday card. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Eric Cancel. And Eric, as we were just saying, Ain't Broke looks like she's pretty darn nice, as you were just kind of climbing all over horses. But I like what you did. In her last race at Churchill, she got really kind of resentful of being taken hold of. You just kind of let her find her way forward.
Yeah, I mean, I did my study with her. I saw that the 2 previous races, she was funny with her head. So I came out and I told Linda, look, I don't really want to get in her way. I just want to try to keep her comfortable wherever she's at and just try to be as much off of her mouth that I could be, you know, and it worked out well.
You got that seam up the rail and she exploded for you.
Yeah, I mean, I knew I was going to be able to go either in or out. It was just a matter of time, you know. But when I saw that the hole didn't really close, I was like, you know what? Let's just go from now, you know. I know I got horse, so they're going to have to run down, you know, to catch her.
She went nearly the same time as the boys in the previous race. Eric, I know, well, that you were on your way back from Laurel. It was a long drive. What's the life of a jockey like? I mean, there's a lot of hours on the road. Luckily, in America, you don't have to do that much traveling, but still, you got to do it every now and again.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough, especially for jockeys that need to lose weight. You know, I mean, I give out all the credit to them, you know, because it's not easy waking up 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning to work horses, then coming to work either here or drive to another racetrack, you know, and to lose weight. It's not really easy, you know. Once you're done, you're really tired, and then you have to hit the road again, you know, probably hitting traffic 2, 3, 4 hours. It's just a lot.
But you love it, right?
I mean, it makes it worth it when we win.
Well, you got a nice one here today. Congratulations, Eric.
Thank you, Maggie.
Ain't Broke. Nice one for the Linda Rice barn. Yet another that she picked up from Kentucky. And really impressive Big A debut, Greg.
And then you get to share the spoils with the family afterwards. It absolutely makes it all worth it. Sounds like he's a little under the weather as well. But, too, we've talked about it a lot. He was out for injury for a long time. He missed a significant amount of time. But you've said several times, you just see a different rider now that he's come back.
I do. I think his approach is different. You could still see he's got a little bit of a limp. It's not inhibited his riding at all. He's riding extremely well. People don't realize, though, how difficult it is to come back from an injury. Obviously, physically, getting yourself back in the kind of shape you need, but mentally, being able to put that injury behind you. And I see a hungrier version of Eric Cancel. I am really, really proud. You know, everybody responds to adversity differently. I think he's responded in such a positive way, and I think you're going to see a negative turn into a real positive for his career. The one thing I always, you know, and I'm being candid, I always questioned about Eric was his full commitment to this. Maybe it was a little easy because he's not a rider that has to watch his weight as much. I'm seeing a fully dedicated, fully committed rider, and I'm very proud of the way he is conducting himself and handling that injury and how he's coming back.
Meanwhile, you probably saw the number there, this pick 5, 236,000 plus for who was able to put this together. That started with that $95 horse to begin it. We rarely see pick 5 we talk about here in New York. It's the best bet in the game. This was exceptional. Congrats to whoever put this together.
Congratulations, and you know, you can go to a baseball game, have a great time. Go to a football game, have a great time. Hockey, go to a great time. You are not going to have a life-changing score at one of those things. You're going to have a good time. You're going to make nice memories. You're going to maybe, you know, with your family. But a score like that only happens when you come here to the racetrack.
Only in horse racing, no question. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We're going to talk two-year-olds, not just Cigar Mile Saturday coming up. Road to the Kentucky Derby picks up as well. And here's a horse maybe to keep your eyes on for the Dutro Barn. Where's Chris? Stepped up in the Nashua last time out with a victory at a mile. Now he'll try and do it at a mile and an eighth.
Liam's Map, a two-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
The Airbnb, it wasn't pre-planned. When we bought the third and final tract of land to reassemble the farm, there was this magnificent hand-done timber stone home of 5,000 square feet, and that's something that we really needed. And so we decided to do the Airbnb, and it's been good. A lot of people have come, and you get a chance to share the farm. They have the option of taking a tour, and my wife Angie gives a tour. It's probably a 2-hour tour. It really wasn't done from a motivation of revenue, even though there's a revenue component. It was really to share the farm and have people spend a couple days, and a lot more intimacy if you spend 2 days on a place versus a 2-hour tour. So everybody that's been has loved it, and the first guest was Gladys Knight when we did the Toba event here, so that was a great way to start it off. The tours are actually very busy, and I find it's a great way to share the industry and to explain to lots of neophytes or people that only hear about the business from afar, particularly those that might have a negative connotation about the business, to see how things are actually done, how foals are really cared for, mare stallions are cared for, and the love of the horse. I think every time someone can have a great experience and tell somebody who tells somebody, it's good in a very small way. It's good for the business, and the more exposure we have, when you're proud of what you do and the ethics of your business, and the more people you share that with, the better it is for the business.
What an absolutely stunning property. Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Our nightcap in the books on our Sunday coverage of Pick 5. Someone netted over $236,000. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori with you, as we have a big weekend coming up, not just the Cigar Mile next Saturday. 2-year-olds are going to take center stage, including Derby points on the line in the Remsen, as we take a look at the probables that will line up. Where's Chris for Rick Dutrow? Really stepped forward in the Nashua and start number 3.
Yeah, really nice effort in the Nashua. He attended the pace set by Bookham Dano and then just kept finding. And I thought this was a swiftly run race. The son of Twirling Candy got it done, was very resolute. You know, now it's a big step. Go 1 mile to now 1.1 miles. And for years, the Remsen was a really good barometer of horses that would get those classic distances. I like his relentless kind of style, and I do think it'll translate well to 1.1 miles, Greg.
And, you know, he's got a little bit of seasoning there at least, too. He had 2 sprints before he stretched out to 1 mile, so now he's won it around of ground. So sort of gradually taking on extra distance, although if you have the talent to do it, you obviously could do it, but you like to see the progression.
Well, I think you make better horses in the long run. I mean, I say it a lot, probably too much, but they knew Mike Tyson was going to be champion of the world when he was 16. He still had 18, 20 fights with, you know, less than the best competition, building him up physically, mentally, and it's the same thing with horses. You don't want to throw them into the deep end of the pool too soon. You want to kind of do it gradually and condition them for it, and I think this is a prime example of that. This was a nice effort from him, and listen, Bookham Dano's a nice horse. I don't know ultimately how far he'll want to go, but he is a very talented racehorse that he beat in the Nashua.
Meanwhile, a lot expected of this horse before he ever ran. $2.3 million purchase. Son of Gunrunner Chad Brown, owned by the Magniers and Michael Tabor. And he did not disappoint first time out.
No, he did not disappoint. And you have to like the fact that he was able to sit in behind horses. He traveled through the kickback. A little green when he changed leads there, had to be corrected and straightened up. But this was a nice, resolute victory, and he showed, you know, a lot of professionalism. A lot of young horses will not take that kickback well. He won a little bit something left at the end. There's another Chad Brown horse in there called Domestic Product that I was very taken with when he broke his maiden, going the Remsen distance of 1.1 miles. I think Chad Brown is a very strong hand here.
He overcame quite a bit in that win to win it first asking. Meanwhile, the full brother to the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage. Danny Gargan talked about all his good 2-year-olds. He was so high on this horse at Saratoga. Turns out he was right. It just took a little while for this horse to put it all together. Start number 3 really stepped forward.
Yeah, he did. And he still, you know, has another step forward in him because he's still green. You can see he's on his left lead. Luis Saez trying to get him to change his lead several times. He's winning with ease because his ears are coming up. But as you take on better horses, you've got to do things in a more professional manner, and changing leads becomes more and more important. Obviously has ability.
90 Beyer speed figure in that win, which he won with consummate ease, but yes, still has, you know, things to iron out, but still has a lot of room to get better as well.
Well, it's nice to know that there is things that you can improve on.
Big weekend coming up. Cigar Mile, 2-year-olds Demoiselle for the fillies, and the Remsen for the boys. We are back next Thursday, FS2 coverage. We will see at noon on Thursday. It was Constitution Lawyer in our feature today, 11-1 for the Ray Handlebarn with the victory. And Ain't Broke. Linda Rice claims another one out of Churchill Downs in Kentucky, brings here to New York, and goes back-to-back with a win first off the claim. Cigar Mile next Saturday. We hope to see you then for a big weekend ahead.